Public planning meeting to order. Council, could I get a motion to approve the agenda with the added item? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallo. Call the question. Councillor Kim? Councillor Kim? Councillor Humphries, thank you. That carries. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Before I read public planning meeting statement, I just wanted to mention Councillor Humphries is not here. It is actually her wedding anniversary and she's away, so she has sent her regrets and she apologizes that she cannot be here tonight. So I just wanted to let everyone know that that's why she is not here. So everyone, welcome to Aurora's public planning meeting. The purpose of this public meeting is to inform the public and obtain public input regarding the options associated with amendments to the zoning bylaw and the process of reviewing and approving new development and large additions within the stable neighborhood study area. For the options associated with amendments to the zoning bylaw that will be considered by council tonight, the following process will occur. 1, town planning staff will outline the options being considered. 2, following staff's presentation, members of the public will be invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the stable neighborhood study. And 3, town staff will answer your questions, and I will keep track of those questions, and when I have several, I will direct them to whoever can best answer them for you. It is very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses of individuals having an interest in the planning application. Therefore, if you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you wish to be notified of any further council or committee meetings concerning the stable neighborhood study being considered, you must complete one of the green interested party forms. Linda's holding them up right there, and give it to our committee secretary sitting at the front. Under the Planning Act, residents have the right to appeal any decision of council on a planning application to the local planning appeal tribunal, but you must verbally express any comments or concerns here tonight or submit any comments or concerns in writing to the town prior to council adopting an amendment. The tribunal may dismiss all or part of an appeal made in respect of an application. This public meeting is being audio and video recorded. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including the town's website. Questions about this collection should be directed to the town clerk, Town of Aurora. I will now ask the Deputy Town Clerk to confirm that notification to the public occurred as required by the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respecting item 1, stable neighborhood study, on March 7th, 2019, a notice of public planning meeting was published in the Aurora Banner and Aurora newspapers and given by mail to all addressed property owners within the study area. The Planning Partnerships report was also published on the town's website and forwarded to the relevant ratepayers associations. Public notification has been provided in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. I will now ask the Director of Planning and Development Services to begin with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The consultant from the Planning Partnership, Mr. Ron Palmer, will be doing a presentation on the recommendations of the study. So I'll defer to Mr. Palmer to present his report findings and recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of Council, a pleasure to be back in Aurora, speaking again on a very important issue with extremely passionate people on all sides of the issues that I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to give a little bit of background of what we've done before and how we got to where we are today. The recommendations include ideas for both guidelines, council adopted guidelines, as well as amendments to the zoning bylaw. And I'm going to talk about the difference between those two things. Fundamental to all of this is the definition of compatible development that is in your official plan, and I just want to remind everybody what that says and what that means. And then I'll go through the various recommendations on the standards, both the guidelines and the zoning bylaw amendments that we're going to talk about tonight.
Can we just get closer to the mic maybe a little bit?
I'll give it a try. Is that better?
No, we need a little bit. Can we get that volume turned up?
Yeah, just try to speak 4 inches away.
I'll do the best I can. You'll recall back on January 30th, on an extremely cold evening, I presented a peer review report within which I made a number of recommendations. This doesn't look quite right in terms of formatting. However, the 2 recommendations that we were moving forward with over the last 2 months were related to making some amendments to the bylaw to establish maximum gross floor area, maximum height of 9 meters, and a discussion of the placement and number of garage doors, and also to promote and discuss a number of design guidelines. There were a number of other more detailed recommendations that would have required significant specific study of the neighborhoods, but at the time it was determined we would start with the work that we've done over the last 2 months, never closing the door, of course, on doing further, more detailed work in the future, should that be necessary. Going to the specific council motion, council did agree to do recommendations 1 and 2, and to specifically look at the 9-meter height limit, the placement of garage doors, and to prepare those council-approved design guidelines. That's the part of the work that my focus was on, and the second part of the motion was also to make sure that the public was well informed of the process and the products of this work. We're looking at 4 neighborhoods within the older part of Aurora: Regency Acres, Aurora Heights, Town Park, as well as Temperance Street. In terms of the difference between what a guideline is and what a zoning provision is, guidelines are non-statutory statements. That means they're not approved or developed under the auspices of the Planning Act. There is inherent flexibility in a guideline, allowing for interpretation as they are applied. Typically, in this instance, because council has already implemented site plan control in these neighborhoods, it is the site plan control process that would be appropriate for the application and interpretation of the design guidelines. Design guidelines can be adjusted by staff or by council without formal public involvement. On the other hand, zoning provisions are very specific statutory planning tools. Those are approved under the auspices of the Planning Act, and they must be very specific, and they don't have any significant element of interpretation within them. They're regulatory numbers and standards that must be conformed with. These are implemented through the comprehensive zoning bylaw of the municipality and would be applied through the building permit process and must be conformed with. They can only be adjusted through the minor variance process or the rezoning process, which are statutory planning processes requiring public information. So it's a very different type of regulation, but both of them work together as a package to try and mitigate some of the impacts of the development that has been happening in these 4 neighborhoods that some people are quite concerned about. The definition of compatible development is in your official plan, and it has a couple of very important concepts within it that need to be really well understood. The very first sentence is really important. Compatibility does not necessarily mean it's exactly the same as or even similar to existing development. It does, however, mean development that enhances an existing community. That's one test. The second test is without causing any undue adverse impact. Those are definable elements of the definition and need to be dealt with when we consider the forms of development, and in this case, the forms of new housing that are introduced into these stable neighborhoods over time. So, in the course of this work, and I'm going to go through each one of them, I have about 28 guidelines. And remember, those are the non-statutory, more flexible elements, and 7 more specific zoning bylaw amendment proposals to discuss under a number of topics. So I'm going to talk about building height and massing first. And under the design guideline category, we first talk about grading because the measure of height starts from the average grade. And the goal here is, in the terms of a design guideline, is to maintain existing grades wherever possible. And the first floor height, because the first floor height is a statement of what the building will do at grade in terms of its massing characteristic. Secondly, roof lines are important. They're different among the 4 neighborhoods, with Town Park and Temperance Street having much more complex and steeper roof pitches, whereas Aurora Heights and Regency Acres have a more shallow roof pitch. Those are important character-giving elements, and we've identified that they should be considered in new development through the design guideline site plan control process. I also, driving around, I understand the concern about the abruptness of low buildings and new taller buildings. So I tried to find a mechanism to mitigate the abrupt change from a single story to a 2.5-story building. Typical of zoning bylaws in other more urban contexts is the implementation of an angular plane, which is an angle measured above grade in the side yard that can be used to mitigate the abrupt transition from one house to another. Again, this is a guideline, not a zoning regulation. The intent is that it's applied where it would be appropriate and would mitigate an abrupt change in building height. In terms of the first zoning amendment, we are suggesting that the zoning bylaw be amended by putting in the existing official plan height limit of 9 meters. That's a change from 10 meters to 9 meters. That was a very specific direction from council, and it is an appropriate one given that the zoning bylaw needs to conform with the official plan. The next part of the discussion talks about gross floor area and building footprints. The gross floor area is the total floor space of the dwelling in accordance with the measure of the zoning bylaw. And I've done some analysis, which I'll talk about in a minute. And my suggestion is that we include in the zoning bylaw a maximum gross floor area of about 371 square meters. That's just under 4,000 square feet. The building footprint is also important. That is the footprint that the building makes on the ground at grade, so basically the first floor. And that is a little bit larger than half of the gross floor area. We're suggesting 236 square meters or 2,540 square feet. That's used in addition to a maximum lot coverage of 35%. And the goal is that on any given site, It's either the 236 square meters or 35% lot coverage, whichever is less. We wanted to have a mechanism where lot size played a role in determining the building footprint. This is a little bit hard to read, but this is a bit of the data analysis that I went through. I did two different approaches for each of the 4 neighborhoods. Then I averaged all the numbers. The goal of any statistical analysis is to try and be mostly right, based on the accuracy of the data that I had to use. And I used, as I said, 2 different approaches. The first approach, 50% of range, that's a principle where you take the average and the largest building and you pick the building that is in the middle. So there'll be about 50% of the buildings in the neighborhood that are less than the 50% number and about 50% that are more than the 50% number. The second approach was simply looking at the average and multiplying it by 1.5 so that it's a 50% of the, in addition to the average GFA of dwelling units within a neighborhood. As I said, each neighborhood has slightly different characteristics. So I looked at the average using both of those methodologies and then came up with a number for both gross floor area and building footprint. And those are the 2 zoning amendment numbers that I came up with. There's no magic in these numbers. There's never an absolutely correct way of doing this. The goal is to find the correct balance that still allows enhanced development potential, but that ensures that that development potential is more in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And it's also really important that these are just 2 of the mechanisms. Again, we have 28 design guidelines and 7 zoning bylaw amendments, and the package is intended to promote compatible development within these neighborhoods. And I would even say more compatible development than what is permitted today as of right. Another important element was the garages and the driveway widths and locations within these communities. These are design guideline elements. There's a lot of diversity in the neighborhoods, but the goal here is that we want the garages to not dominate the streetscape and to fit in with the existing character. So we want to make sure that the driveway widths are about the same width as the garage itself, so that you don't have large driveways that end in a single car garage or a carport. And the maximum width of that driveway should be about 3 meters. We want to make sure that the type of garage is consistent. Generally, we want the garages to be behind the main front wall of the dwelling. We like the detached garages that are fairly common in the Town Park and Temperance neighborhoods, and where they are attached or carports, that the front door of the garage is at least flush with the main front wall and preferably set behind. Certainly not in front of the front door. Those are design guidelines, again, not zoning provisions. Spend a lot of time on garages and driveways. We want to make sure, of course, the overarching principle is that they don't dominate the streetscape, that they don't extend beyond that front wall of the adjacent dwelling, and that they're similar in material, if you're building a detached garage, to the main dwelling unit, so that it's not a jarring, different building material or style. Again, lots on garages and driveways. We want garages where they are attached to the building to be wholly integrated so that they don't look like an add-on but are part of the dwelling. That means that they could include a second story above them that is integrated into the home, and that the roof lines are not dramatically different than the main dwelling unit. The size of the garage should be compatible with the size of the lot, and what we've come up with here in terms of a guideline is that the front-facing garage should not take up more than 50% of the main front wall of the dwelling unit itself. A much more simple approach, no more than a two-car garage. In terms of zoning, we become a little bit more specific, and we want attached and detached garages to be flush with or set back from the main front wall of the dwelling. Detached garages are allowed to have a maximum gross floor area of 40 square meters. That's a two-car garage. And that's counted towards the maximum lot coverage permitted for accessory dwellings from your existing zoning bylaw. Rear yard setbacks were another item that had been identified as important to the character of the community. In terms of a guideline, we want the rear yards and the setbacks that are provided to address privacy and sunlight issues that were identified, because some of the larger homes tend to move well back into the backyard that has impacts on adjacent properties. That's a guideline, but in terms of zoning, we have some numbers. Minimum rear yard of 7.5 meters or 25% of the total lot depth, whichever is greater. Notwithstanding that, we would allow a detached garage to encroach into that rear yard and be built closer to the property lines, as is typical with a detached garage. Front entrance treatments, and here we're getting into more of an architectural element. We want to make sure that the front yards are at grade or at least close to grade. That's typical in these neighborhoods. Where it is above grade, we want to make sure that the height is relatively consistent with its neighbors. We don't want a dwelling that is between two buildings that have at-grade front doors to have a front door that is 6 or 7 steps above grade. It's not appropriate. We want also that the front doors are visible from the street. That's a very common element in these neighborhoods. You always know where the front door is. You can always see it from the street, and that's something that is part of the public face of the building. Weather protection of the front entrance is encouraged. Porches or awnings are appropriate. And if there are a dominant feature of front porches, as there are in some of the neighborhoods, then we should be considering including front porches on new houses in the community. Building materials are important. Color is important. You are allowed to control building materials and color through the site plan control provisions of the Planning Act. So here we've identified the typical building materials that are used throughout the neighborhoods. And certainly the color palette, we're looking for something that is compatible with a historic character of some of these neighborhoods. We're looking for designs that use traditional materials, and renovations should also respect the list of materials that have been identified in previous guidelines. Landscaping, also an important part of the feel of the building and the lot on the street. Obviously, the protection of mature trees and the planting of new trees is an important element going forward. The maintenance, wherever possible, of the existing slopes and topography in the community is important. We're looking for paving materials and walkways that are state-of-the-art in terms of sustainability and permeability. We want to make sure that the front door is connected to the sidewalk, whether that's through a specific walkway or part of the driveway feature. And we want to make sure that if we're going to do fencing or hedges in the front yard, that they're limited in height and appropriate for the community. We want to avoid new privacy fencing where no privacy fencing currently exists in front yards. And we want to make sure that if there are retaining walls required, that we're using a natural stone material instead of concrete or caged stone. So what we've done and presented tonight are recommendations 1 and 2 from the previous report. There's a lot of verbiage in terms of what the guidelines might do, and there's very specific wording for the zoning bylaw elements that we are suggesting. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that might arise.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. We'll now open up the floor to the public. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak, don't be shy.
I'll get started early.
So we can state your name and your address.
Terry Miller,
And you have 5 minutes, Terry.
Sorry?
You have 5 minutes, sir.
I couldn't hear you.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
Oh, right, I know.
Yes.
Terry Miller, 2 Cameron Avenue. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors of Town of Aurora, I'm speaking tonight to express my opposition to the zoning bylaw amendment within the neighborhood as presented, and I'm opposed for 4 main reasons. The town chose 3 neighborhoods separate from the remainder of the town, despite calls to make this equal across the board, i.e. everyone or no one. The town has chosen to be very unfair and isolate 3 separate areas and treat them differently than the rest of the town, and in so doing impose additional restrictions that others, are supposedly equal and fellow taxpayers, don't have to experience. Some of the suggestions for both design guidelines and bylaw amendments are not acceptable as they are too restrictive in some cases and are an out-and-out bias towards myself and others as property owners within the proposed areas. Through the design guidelines, which the town will probably or may silently slip into site plan controls, etc., the town would end up spending more resources and hence more tax dollars on staff acting as designers, doing architectural control, and picking colors and materials, dictating choices to property owners, and project managing people's own home projects. This is not at all what should be taking place. Let me remind you, our properties, where we own them, they're freehold. They're not under the Condominium Act. It opens the door to more and more and more rules, and the homeowner being dictated to as to how their home should look. The town becomes the pseudo-condominium board over the areas involved. In spite of what some advocates profess, that this will not be an impact to property values, let's apply some common sense. Why would a prospective buyer purchase a home in these neighborhoods if they were to get an equivalent property outside the study area without the restrictions? There's bias right there, and that impacts. Also, I don't think the town and the planning consultant, they're not real estate professionals and are not in a position to make and propagate this assumption. I looked over the guidelines, and with my time, I can't go through every one of them. I really have a problem. I cannot see how the angular incline of 3 meters from the interior side yard would restrict a full 2-story, as the planning consultants suggest in their graphics. The house would turn out to be a 1.5 stories, or a box with a knob on top, as we saw in the graphic. Painted wood is the 21st century. To insist on wood when there's a lot of products, manufacturers are trying to beat the wood situation with decay and rot. There's lots of materials that look like wood that are in aluminum, steel, plastics, etc., etc. In terms of I wouldn't want to see the 9 meters height I would want to see that as the absolute minimum because it starts to become awkward getting trusses and roofs, and if somebody wanted 9-foot ceilings inside their home, I would like to see us stay with that. The garage at 40 square meters, that's 430 square feet. I have a garage in my home now. It's circa 1960. The garage is 20 feet wide by 24 depth. Yes, you could put in 2 cars, but if you have things like snow blowers, lawnmowers, miscellaneous lawn maintenance equipment, tools like saws, bicycles, garbage bins, blue boxes, green bins, sports equipment, one vehicle is going to be sitting outside anyway. So my suggestion is that increase it to about 45, 46 square, or around 500 square feet. Garage height, I think that it should be increased about 1/2 meter, once again with the trusses and the elevation. And lastly, that 25% 7.5 meter affects corner lot houses where the side yard is actually the backyard, and it forces the home to be pushed to the one side of the lot and look ugly from the street. I respectfully submit this proposal be extended to the entire town or be abandoned. Further, if it were to become fair and extend the entire town.
Terry, I can just say you can come back a second time if you'd like. So,
just had to say, has some serious revisions, and I'm done.
Thank you for your comments, Terry.
Thank you.
Everyone, no applause. Everyone, just remind everyone we don't necessarily applaud, so if we can just hold the applause to minimum, because I understand we fully appreciate that. We fully appreciate the fact that everyone is very passionate about this issue on either side, but we need to do the business of the town. So if you can state your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Ron Cocking, 13 Holman Crescent, Mayor, Council. On March 25th, Monday, we delivered a petition representing more than 200 property owners in Regency Acres. The petition was compiled in less than 14 days with limited time and resources. The petition represents a wide array of property owners, including property owners that are directly impacted by the infills that are underway or built currently in the neighborhood. The petition asks that the council recognize our property rights and our property values when defining the site limitations in our neighborhood. We want our properties to be treated fairly and equally to the other properties in Aurora. Do not place Regency Acres property owners at a disadvantage to others like George Street, Hillview, Hawthorne. Our properties are typically our largest investment and significant to our retirement plans, or perhaps what we leave behind for our children, or what we can do for them in the future. The short-sighted, biased limitations being discussed will negatively impact our property rights and our property values. Downzoning is real. In the previous meeting on January 30th, Mr. Palmer referred to, in his document, comments from Cushman & Wakefield and from NBLC. Cushman & Wakefield is a very experienced real estate firm. They have a broad capability. They're educated, they're trained, they're experts in real estate. Whether it's commercial, they still understand residential real estate. NBLC are specialists in housing, community renewal, development, feasibility, and real estate studies. In his conversation, Mr. Palmer identified that there was data available from these folks that proved that downzoning has a negative impact on property values. The quote in the document was, "Downzoning has impact on property values. If development potential is substantially limited to existing built forms and existing scales, property values will eventually stagnate relative to the other areas in town that have more liberal planning rules. We're not asking for different, we're asking for equal." Contrary to what others might believe, these are expert opinions. Per the consultant, Cushman & Wakefield has data to prove this. Okay, so downzoning is a factor for us. Why, knowing this, didn't we go forward and acquire that data? If we're spending money on a consulting study, why not spend the extra money to find out the facts from someone who has done the expert work for you? I find it disconcerting that this council appears biased and determined on a path that does not reflect the needs and desires of property owners in Regency Acres. If with the very limited time we had to generate our petition, we were able to gather 200 signatures, I'm certain given further time and resources, we would gather several hundred. Who has the council reached out to? It's interesting that on the cover of this document, my house is the top picture. Nobody talked to me about it. Nobody came to my house and said, what do you think about this? Because my house kind of conforms with what everybody thinks is good for the neighborhood. That's not what I agree with. Regency Acres is labeled a stable neighborhood, and this council would limit development growth in our neighborhood. It is not the town's job to impair the property rights and values of citizens. Regency is a typical 50s, 60s neighborhood. It's nothing unique to it. It's not historic. Okay, maybe if somebody famous lived in one of the houses, maybe we would conserve that house. The houses were built by Consolidated Building Corporation. They built about a dozen of these neighborhoods across the GTA. None of them are extraordinary or significant. John Feinberg, the president of Consolidated Building Corporation, bragged he could build a house in 24 hours. And guess what? He proved it. The houses are low-cost, modest houses built for a purpose that was suitable in the 50s and the 60s. Time has changed. The houses have changed. To maintain desirability in Regency Acres, we must be allowed the same property rights of all the neighborhoods in Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Next, can I get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes?
Mayor, Council, I'm Yorma Taki, 19 Seaton Drive. I'd just like to say something briefly. We should leave the building code as is without any further restrictions. It's going to hurt everybody with these restrictions. As for the height of the buildings, everybody wants the 9-foot ceilings, 2-story, not a flat roof, so we must accommodate that. And the garages, most people have minimum 2 cars. If they have teenagers, could be 3 or 4 cars. So at least you could put 2 cars into the driveway and rest of it in the garage. So the garage should be larger. Now we must understand people gonna need larger homes. Due to immigration, a lot of these new people coming in here, the children are gonna be looking after their parents when they get older. We've seen this happen in Brampton. They have huge homes in Scarborough, Agincourt. Personally, I know the children look after their elderly parents, and they need that space and that room in that house. So we need larger homes. Otherwise, investors will not buy these small homes if there's too many restrictions. And they're going to stagnate the whole neighborhood. And we don't want all the houses to look exactly the same. They'll just be like gingerbread homes. I've seen these subdivisions out there. They're all the same, and there's no parking. The garages aren't big enough. And if we could just leave the building code as is right now, because we have to look 10 years down the road, what's going to happen? These houses are going to deteriorate. They're already 50, 60 years old. If they can't be sold, they'll be going to be rented out, and a lot of landlords they're not going to put all that money into it because they're not going to get a return if they have to be rebuilt. That's all I got to say for right now. Let's leave the building code as is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. If I can get your name and your address.
I'm Brian Murphy. I live at 21 Church Street, across from the Cultural Center and Library. I agree with the first gentleman completely that people will go outside the area and get, a better property with no restrictions. This reminds me of the historical thing that happened a few years ago where they tried to make our area historical and put something on our title. So I totally disagree with it. I feel sorry for the people that, you know, are having these monster homes built beside their house, certainly. And I think it should be done as a one-off by the town. And I agree with the gentleman that spoke first that you guys are not in the business of doing what you're planning to do here. That it should be done on a one-off basis on an application by a builder or something like that. Yeah, that's pretty well all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming out this evening. If we can get your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Sandra Sangster, 46 Holman Crescent. I'm here again on behalf of the Regency Acres Ratepayers Association. I think what I had planned to say really had to do with the consultation process itself, but I already feel compelled to respond to some of what's already been said by previous speakers. In January, the consultant, Mr. Palmer, presented his report, and under questioning by Councillor Gallo, Mr. Palmer indicated there was actually no statistical data that had been compiled to this point about the impact of downzoning on real estate values, that in fact it was a theoretical risk, I presume all other things being equal. The fact of the matter is, Aurora is a highly desirable area because of its central location on the GO corridor with Highway 400 and 404 and the 407. These stable neighborhoods have relatively large lots with very small houses, so from a financial perspective, they are more attractive for redevelopment than the other areas of town. The whole notion that putting in some protections for stable neighborhoods is somehow a radical solution, I don't think is borne out by the fact that many, many other municipalities have already achieved this objective. I give you Oakville, Burlington, Ancaster, Hamilton area, Ottawa, Brampton, Newmarket as examples. I don't believe that the sky fell in when these protections, similar to those that are being proposed for Aurora, were actually put into place. So I would suggest that we need to step back a little and do what the consultant suggested in his previous presentation, which is to talk about finding a balance between some modest, if you want to use that word, and some would object to that word, I realize, accommodations for existing homes in relation to the size of the new homes that are being constructed. And I think that that part is simply, you know, the key thing. And I think part of what's lost, and this is partly tied to the social media kind of approach through Place Speak and an online discussion forum, when you do community input through that mechanism on a topic that is highly contentious, as this one has certainly become, there's a risk of escalation of people's emotions as they read comments on Place Speak. I finally had to stop reading them because I was getting so kind of concerned about the tone of some of them. And I think a better way perhaps would have been to, you know, use the opportunity to send a letter home to households with a survey, with an option of doing the survey online, the paper survey for those who don't have computers, and we know that there are many in our community that do not, and allow people to express their opinions in a safe space without having people react to everything that they post in a very negative manner. And that happened in some instances, certainly not in all. I think I'll just leave that comment there. I think I'd like to address one specific issue to do with the gross floor area calculations in the report. It appears as though newly constructed homes in these stable neighborhoods were factored into these calculations. And I have a fairly strong statistical background, so I'm trying to wrap my head around how the inclusion of those new builds, which are in some cases 3 and 4 times larger than the existing homes, has statistically impacted the recommended gross floor area and footprint calculations for these homes. And I'm frankly, on behalf of our group, we're not understanding if the original idea was to create some kind of benchmark about what exists in neighborhoods, why these new homes were part of that calculation. It makes much more sense from our point of view that those calculations should have been based on the existing homes so you'd have a sense of what that benchmark is for those communities. I'll leave my comments at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Everybody, please. Thank you for coming. Can I get your name and your address? You have 5 minutes. Please.
Anna Cropeland, 54 Harrison Avenue, and I'm representing the Town Park Area Residents Ratepayers Associations. We sent out a survey. We created it on February 19th to our ratepayers, specifically in the Town Park area. This goal was to find out if our committee is actually representing the majority's view at town meetings on neighborhood issues. We fully disclosed that we intended to share the results to council and town staff. Following up from the email, and we did email results to you, I'm here to provide the executive summary of this survey. We invited 144 of our ratepayers, 71 completed the surveys, and they have been analyzed. 95% of respondents want to see change to the zoning bylaws that will control scale and compatibility in the town park area. The loss of mature trees was a top concern, 83%, followed by height restrictions, 77%, and size and scale, which is 72% of new builds. The majority agree that not all new builds are unacceptable, 72%. Of note, in the open comment sections of the surveys, which we provided 7 pages to you of these comments, and I hope that you did take the time to review them, the following words, among others, appeared multiple times: front porch, sunlight, height, too tall, too big, ugly, compatible, incompatible, heritage, garage, style, appropriate, inappropriate, overpowering, and dominant. All respondents provided views to this open comments section. These specific details were provided to council and town staff. 82% of the respondents provided their names and addresses to support this survey that were given to town council. So we hope you had time to review these results, and we are confident that we are actually representing what our ratepayers want. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, I'm old. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Peter Smith, and I reside at 36 Seaton Drive. I am the president of the Regency Acres Ratepayers Association. At present, our membership is approximately 100 members, and we seem to be having new people daily. I would like to welcome the new director of the planning department, Mr. John Waters. Welcome aboard. And you have certainly stepped into a hornet's nest with stable neighborhood issues, and we gladly offer our support if and when needed. Aurora last formally met with the planning department staff in April 2018. Since then, we've been denied meetings to discuss our concerns and recommendations. None of the ratepayers groups have been permitted to meet with the consultants face to face. Decisions made behind closed doors give the appearance of working in a vacuum, or more succinctly, could be described as the mushroom principle. But I digress. I'm ahead of myself because they haven't talked. We support the views expressed by the Town Park area and the Orchard Heights Ratepayers Association. Quite frankly, we are all exhausted by the whole stable neighborhood issue, which has taken over 2 years, and still we have no conclusive results. Many councillors campaigned on protecting stable neighborhoods, and we subsequently voted for you to support us. Why do we, that is Aurora, question the 3,993 square foot GFA in the 9-meter building height measured from the midpoint? The following photographs dramatically illustrate what is wrong with some of these proposals. Photo 1 shows a house of 4,887 square feet, built beside a recently renovated 1960s-style home of approximately 1,200 square feet. The monster house clearly overshadows the neighbor's dwelling and has a maximum height of 10 meters measured from the midpoint of the roof. Photo 2 visually illustrates that this type of building is not compatible in our neighborhood, as it dwarfs the size of organized homes by 2 or 3 times. It does not fit in and is clearly not acceptable for any future consideration by the planning department. Monster homes only benefit developers and realtors who only think of personal profits at the expense of community values. So it's all down to greed and the lack of political will. It is time for positive changes for the zoning bylaws. I would also like to address Mr. Cocking's comments in that the study was designed to confine to the 3 designated stable neighborhoods. That was not our decision, that was council's decision. If people are concerned about other neighborhoods in Aurora, there's a potential for the future development in the official plan, which will be 2 or 3 years, depending on when the regional gets their act together. And I guess that's about all I have to say. I thank you very much, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Good evening. If we can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Neil Aslan. I live on Royal Road. I just want to start off saying that I believe that the town, in fact, should be an overarching architect. They should guide development in this town, and they do have a responsibility to protect me as an individual from any neighborhood development that is acting in a self-serving way. So in that respect, I would say I do expect the town to accept that responsibility and to act responsibly to create policies and bylaws that will help our neighborhoods evolve and further develop. I don't think that the town should have a hands-off approach, nor do I think they should be too involved, but I do have a belief that this is what we do, in fact, pay you taxes for. I also want to say that we have an official plan that has been designed to guide all of us through this process. So we should respect that, and we should realize that the official plan has identified stable neighborhoods as part of their scope to guide the development and to guide it in a way that is sustainable and responsible. Now, with respect to the study, I really want to speak to the 7, what would they be, bylaw provisions, and specifically the height. I believe the height should be measured to the top of the roof to eliminate any ambiguity. I don't know that 9 meters is the right measurement. Maybe it's 9.5. What I do know is that on my street, on Royal Road, there are 2 recent builds, and I went to the town planning office, building department, looked at the plans, and the absolute height of these houses is 9.25 meters. So I believe it's possible to build something within that reason. These houses, I believe, according to their MLS listings, have 9-foot ceilings, 4 bedrooms, 5 baths, 2-car garage. And in my opinion, they do push the limit, but I don't find them unacceptable. And I was relieved to see that, the height is not outrageous, and I was relieved to see that it is, over 9 meters, in fact, to the peak. So I think measuring to the peak, I think it would be helpful in the long run. the other issue I have is with the GFA, and I'm just curious. I'd like to ask what, we did have an explanation about the methodology here, but I think it's skewed. I look at the top end for Town Park area, and the top end square footage was almost 6,800 square feet. I would hope that there's not a lot of these size houses because that's quite large. It also shows a lot size of almost half an acre. And I don't know where that is in Town Park, in fact. I'd like to know, and if there are more than one, and what that number would be. And really, does that anomaly, does that outlier belong in this study, this mathematical exercise of calculating what the average lot size is, or and also after that the GFA. And I think for now that's pretty well all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, and if we can get your name and your address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Adam Mobbs. I live at 130 Heathwood Heights Drive. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Aurora Heights Ratepayers Association. Unfortunately, our president, Mr. Rick Perry, could not be here tonight. He sends his regrets. When I spoke last, I indicated our association is very much interested in accurately representing the combined will of the Aurora Heights community. At the last public planning meeting, you passed a resolution to ensure substantive engagement regarding the proposed changes to the zoning bylaw and design guidelines. We have worked hard with our members to help you with this task, and I'd like to share our findings. In addition to directing our members to engage PlaySpeak, we sent a very comprehensive survey asking for specific comments on the exact recommendations proposed tonight. We're careful to use the exact language proposed in the bylaw, although in some cases we provided a preamble which helped clarify exactly what was being asked tonight. As such, some of the technical details were confusing. The President and I did not complete the survey. We feel it is important that the findings reflect the broad range of views in the community, not our individual positions. Almost all respondents verified their name and address, which we would happily provide to council. We also wanted to note that we use the exact same survey as our friends to the south at Regency Acres. We honestly believe in the integrity of the survey. I also want to point out how our association has evolved since I last spoke. We have doubled in our membership size and the total number of households we represent. When you plot the exact addresses of our members on a map, you can see a cross-section of the neighborhood and diverse community. We are very inclusive, welcome all who wish to participate. We have members on almost every street with differing incomes, demographics, and differing experiences in life. I'm confident through our diverse membership and the integrity of the survey that we represent the area effectively. There is indeed, and I will acknowledge, a range of viewpoints and perspectives. However, I can also honestly say that we accurately represent the sum of all our members. Based on the research and our findings, I'd like to specifically comment on recommendation number 1 and 2, specifically on the zoning bylaw. For recommendation number 1 regarding height, our members overwhelmingly support this recommendation. However, they also ask for slightly more restrictive or clear process to measure height. Our members prefer stricter height requirements or overall measurement just to make it easier to understand. We therefore think it would be prudent to measure 9 meters to the peak of the roof, or at some worst case scenario, maybe provide a little more latitude, but still to the peak of the roof for simplicity and clarity. The recommendation is aligned with our friends from the Town Park and Regency Acres area. We feel a small change would satisfy our height concerns, and we urge a member of council to put forward such an amendment to the current proposal. Regarding recommendation number 2 to limit maximum square footage, again, our members overwhelmingly support reducing the GFA. It is also overwhelmingly clear that our members support a slightly more modest reduction in square footage. They still consider this to be quite large, and it is still 3 to 4 times the size of the current average inventory in the area. To stay within the 5 minutes, I'll refrain from covering each and every recommendation. However, I did want to note, upon completing the survey, our members reaffirmed once again that their belief that most, not all, but most, new homes in the area are inappropriate. They find some quite tasteful, and they find others inappropriate. Lastly, some of our concerns have expressed, and this is more looking down the road, some concern regarding tree protections and the construction process for some of the new homes. We've researched other municipalities and have found mechanisms included within the site plan control application process to encourage further tree protections and ensure safe and secure construction hoarding. We hope this can somehow be included into the site plan control process in a more comprehensive manner. And seeing that I have a little bit of time left, I did want to note there's one street in the diagrams we were not able to consult, and that's Hammond Drive, and it's a completely different character of homes. They're about 30 years newer. So if there's anybody here from Hammond Drive, I certainly encourage you to speak, because we just haven't engaged that community quite yet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. You can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Lexi Vidali. I live at 13 Holman Crescent here in Aurora. I'm a property owner and resident in the designated Regency Acres zone. My thoughts are that as a property owner, I would like the same rights and privileges granted to other Aurorans in terms of potentially developing my property. Right now, that is 35% lot coverage. I most likely will never tear down my home, but if I choose to, I do not want restrictive municipal bylaws tying my hands. It is ironic that there's pictures of my property were used in examples in the as a Regency home in the design guideline. I've increased my footprint by about 50% with a large addition. And when I stoned the front and chose a moss green color palette, it was in contradiction to all the late 50s and 60s brown wood fronts of most of my neighbors. My home stood out at that time. We were an anomaly on the street as a young family moving in. There were very few school-aged children on the street then. Today, there are even less on the street. I believe we have one family with a grade school child and 3 homes with high school-aged children. I'm in complete support allowing homeowners to build larger homes in my neighborhood. I welcome the change. Our neighborhood has seen much turnover in the last 10 years as longtime residents move on. The local public school enrollment is in decline. When I first registered my eldest child there 15 years ago, the school population at Regency Acres was over 500 children. This year's enrollment was 340. We need families to move back into Regency and invest both financially and socially in our area. I would like to address one technical point in the guideline, and that is the 3-meter driveway limit for those houses without carports and garages. I looked down my street, which is relatively small, and every house that didn't have a garage or carport had at least a 5 to 6 meter wide driveway, with some of them had 5 and 6 cars in it. A single car driveway on a 60-foot lot just doesn't make any practical sense for the modern houses. Maybe when they were built in the 50s and 60s when most people were one-car families, but that's just not the case anymore. My question to the council is this: do any of you own a property in the Regency zone? And if so, is it your primary residence? Our area is in need of some revitalization. I'm not asking for any incentives. I'm merely asking that my property not have any building restrictions placed upon it. I urge you all to really get a handle on what your constituents who live in Regency want and to put your personal agendas aside. As Ron Cocking said earlier, he got 200 signatures in a very, very short time, and Peter and Sandra have put a lot of work into their Ratepayer Association, but currently apparently they only have 100 members. It's just not reflective of what people want. And basically that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. You can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
My name is Paula Cook, and I live at 111 Metcalf Street. This morning, I sent 5 images of my property area to planning, asking to have our property removed from the stable neighborhood area. The first image is of one side of my property where the first grow-op in our neighborhood is presently standing. The second is of the GO parking lot that I see from my front porch. The third is the building directly behind or on my backyard, at the back of my backyard, which is also an industrial property and houses the second grow-op in the area. My front yard property also has an industrial property facing. When I walk out my front door, there's another industrial property in front of me. We have 4 houses on our block. For some reason, one of those houses is not included in the stable neighborhood, but the other 3 of us are. I do not feel that with this kind of environment around our homes, we should be considered part of the stable neighborhood. It seems a little bit ridiculous to me. I think serious consideration should be given to removing our properties from the stable neighborhood proposal. We have 4 houses on the block. As I said, only 3 of us who are in the guideline. With the provincial government's growth plan wanting high-density homes in the GO train corridor, especially close to the GO station, having these properties included in the stable neighborhood goes against the provincial mandate. Personally, I don't feel that there should be a proposal at all. As citizens, property owners in this town, we should all be treated equally and not punished years later because we were purchased a home in that area. I hope serious consideration is given to removing our properties now and not at a later date. Currently, this potential designation is causing serious issues and the ability for all 3 of us to sell our home, as the developers have no intention of doing anything until the stable neighborhood designation is removed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. You can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Hi, my name is Paul Cook. I also live at 111 Metcalfe Street, so I'm going to double whammy you. And along with what my wife has said in regards to the 2 grow-ops that have been there for 4 years, and we were told they were going to be out last August, and they're not. They're still producing. There's also a tow truck company there that is been dealing with, that York Regional Police has been dealing with on a large occasion because of the illegal activities that are occurring in that facility. And again, nothing's being done. So here we sit with 3 homes with development already happening because the properties on Mosley Street have been sold for a considerable amount of money, and development is going to happen there in the future. And by development, I mean probably condominiums. And the development across the street from us, which is also an industrial property, is going to be developed for, yes, condominiums again. And those properties have been sold. The property behind us, which is an industrial property, is in negotiations with GO right now to have parking put in there. So here we sit, 3 houses on Edwards Street, or between Edwards and Bursey, that are still being designated as part of the stable neighborhood that should be part of that promenade. And we have had comments from staff in the past saying it really should be part of the promenade. In fact, a question was asked by one of our present councillors to that member that was here, and he said no, but was not allowed to elaborate because of council protocol. What I would like to see in our town is somewhere the ability to meet in the middle. Yes, these houses that have been built are, in some cases, a monstrosity and ridiculous. But let's face facts. A lot of these neighborhoods where these homes are, they were built during the Second World War or shortly thereafter. And these houses, a lot of them, are wood frame construction. They're living or outliving their lifespan, and they need to be torn down. Their foundations are not repairable. So they need to be fixed, or they need to be torn down and a new house built. We've got to find a happy median. We can't have these monster homes being built, but we can't expect a young family to move into a community and live in a 2 or 3 bedroom bungalow where the bedrooms are smaller than this podium. And they have 1 bathroom. Come on, folks. We want 2 bathrooms, a rec room. We want 3 or 4 bedrooms. These are things that we want. So we got to meet somewhere in the middle. We don't need these monster homes. The Wells Street area used to have a public school. Now where are all the kids going? We got young families coming in there and they're being bused out to Aurora Grove because we lost our public school. We're going to lose our high school. It's going to be built out on Bayview Avenue eventually. So that whole community is really facing a development issue. So let's find somewhere, let's find commonality, and let's work with each other and find some way to build these homes, and let's redirect that promenade so that we can at least sell our homes and let that GO area, let it build a buffer for the rest of the community. Let those buildings be built so that it buffers the town park. Yes, these 2 grow-ops are within 300 or 400 feet of the town park. So I leave those thoughts with you. We have had discussions with councillors before, and they know where we live, and they know that we have 2 elderly people and myself that live in these homes. And I'm looking to retire, and yes, I'm being self-serving right now because I really would like to sell my home. But do you know how much affordable housing we have in this town? Hardly any. We need to look at the ability for developers to build affordable housing so that we can have young families come to this town and live in this town and experience the town park, experience this new revitalization that they're going to have in the center of town, and be able to work in the city and take the GO train. We can't live in this little community with a wall around it. We have a diverse community. We have a huge community. We have all sorts of people from all around the world that live here. Give them the opportunity to live here and give them the opportunity to build a home that they can live in and grow in this town and make it a beautiful place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Cook. Good evening. If you could state your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. It's Allison Halls. I'm on Big One Drive, and I'm here representing the ratepayers of Aurora Heights Stable Neighborhood. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of what's already been said, but to mention critical things that we need to say for that area. One thing I want to raise is that I believe we had commitment last year from council that we were going to have separate zoning for each of these areas. We said last year and got agreement from everybody that the same zoning for all 3 neighborhoods doesn't work because the neighborhoods are quite different in many ways. I still would like to see that come to fruition rather than seeing the same thing over and over again, which is one set of zoning trying to affect neighborhoods that aren't anywhere near each other. With regards to the data, as some have already mentioned, I find the data was skewed. I don't see any logical reason why you would, when you're studying an area to protect, why you wouldn't focus on doing the averages and the ranges of the area itself as a stable neighborhood, leaving out the anomalies or the incompatible homes. I understand from the report that planning provided them as separate files, so I don't think it was an error. I think it was skewing the results to show much higher averages and ranges than what actually are in the stable neighborhoods for area of Aurora Heights. So I'd like that to corrected. So on the record, we are therefore asking council to review this zoning for the Aurora Heights neighborhood as invalid because of the skewed data. We ask that someone who's objective, accountable, transparent, i.e. planning, to go back and use the data with the anomalies excluded and recalculate the averages and the ranges so that we can start from a point of what this neighborhood actually looks like. And then thirdly, to present something in zoning requirements that actually will protect the neighborhood, which is what the official plan says we're supposed to be doing. So that's what I'd like to see as a result. I don't see this being any great accomplishment in any way towards protecting the neighborhood. With regards to height, 9 meters is 29 feet. It's basically a 3-story building. That's not compatible with the Aurora Heights area. The consultant's description even comments on that in the way that the roof height and the sloping of the roofs and the look of the neighborhood, this doesn't fit. With regards to the GFA, it's basically gone from 5,000 square foot plus to 4,000. It's an insignificant change. It's still 3-4 times the size of the houses that are in the area, and if the data was reworked, that would be more obvious to everybody. The idea that the changes are supposed to give privacy and protect lighting and shading, which is a way to protect the neighborhood, these zoning changes don't do that. A 1-story home will still extend in depth well past their neighbors. We already have examples where the house is so far extended that the neighbors who used to have a nice patio in their backyard now have 3 windows looking at them from the next door neighbor into their backyard. They've lost all privacy and enjoyment of their yard. The lighting and shading, by measuring to the midpoint of the roof can then go as high as it wants after, which serves no practical purpose. It just makes the roof higher, therefore increasing the impact of the shading and the lighting and everything else. If it's a 2-story, it's even worse because then you've got windows. The example on Regency Acres would be very obvious when you see the back. You've got windows overlooking everybody's backyard. And in the front, it's the same thing. So the height is too high, the square footage is too large. And I have to read just something that was coincidentally in the Toronto Star on March 23rd by a letter to the editor. It doesn't completely apply to our situation because it's based in Toronto, but I think the woman's sentiment speaks to some of what we're talking about. The people who live in these established areas are often descendants of the early immigrants who struggled and actually built this city. They worked hard, saved hard, built their homes, and established often lovely neighborhoods that have a big sense of community. It is not fear that they fear change, is that they fear the brutalization and devastation of their homes, their heritage, and their beleaguered environment, trees, flora, and fauna, by developers who appear to have no respect for any of this. Judging by some of the monstrosities they create, they also have no idea what is attractive, practical, and suitable for specific areas to blend in and enhance them. With such an arrogant and uncaring attitude by planners and developers, it's no surprise that the growth of NIMBYism in Toronto, who else will protect the future of these beautiful and charming neighborhoods except for the people that live in them? Thank you.
Thank you for coming out this evening. Good evening. If I can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Peter Rankle. I live at 5 Cameron Avenue in the Town Park area. Not going to repeat a lot. You've got your hands full with all the delegates tonight, so a lot of passion on both sides, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things. The one item I did want to speak to is, I understand from the report prepared by the consultant, we have it's broken down into 2 sections, zoning bylaws and recommendations. I want to speak to, guidelines. I want to speak to the guidelines and my concern that it could potentially be a very, very slippery slope. I do believe in guidelines. I certainly do. I'm not opposed to them. It's just managing the expectations of those guidelines. This is a drawing of more or less essentially the house that we built 11 years ago where we live right now at 5 Cameron. This house, which is by all accounts, it's 2,900 square feet. By all, in today's standards, it's modest. I would certainly say, but this would not comply with the guidelines with regards to the garage, the garage proportioning. In that the guidelines suggested the garage facade take up no more than 50% of the building facade. So right now, the house itself is approximately 32 feet wide, and the garage is 20 feet wide. It's a conventional 2-car garage, which is essentially 20 feet wide. So this wouldn't comply. So my concern tonight is, was the 50% just an arbitrary number? Because there seems to be a bit of a contradiction in that, yes, they're accepting or acknowledging that a 2-car garage is reasonable in this day and age, but a 2-car garage would not exist, certainly not exist, if it can only be 50% of the building facade, and even more so if you're on what is more commonly around town a 50-foot lot. This was fortunately enough on a 62-foot wide lot, which allowed us to build such a large facade. So again, my concern is the contradiction within the guidelines themselves, and was the 50% just an arbitrary number? And lastly, how are the guidelines going to be? Our biggest concern is how are those guidelines going to be policed and implemented? Because again, it is a slippery slope, but perhaps the consultant could speak to the rationale behind that right now. But again, that house as you see it, which again by all accounts is modest, wouldn't comply today. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. Get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Georgia Pottage and 27 Seaton Drive. There's been a lot of talk about Aurora's stable neighborhoods and what to do to bring the current bylaws in line with the official plan. It's probably a good time to state that this is not about property owners' rights. It's about a set structure to protect our stable neighborhoods in our communities. We've talked about height, sight lines, privacy, flooding, mature trees, setbacks, airflow, etc. The main thread throughout all of these talks over the last 1.5 to 2 years has been fear. There are many different fears that residents are experiencing right now. Fear of change, fear of the loss of property value, fear of the loss of retirement income when they sell their home and need to move, fear of the loss of privacy, not to mention the fear that the developers will ruin our neighborhoods and the character of the neighborhoods we live in. And we are powerless to stop it. At the end of the day, we, the residents, are the ones living in these neighborhoods, not the developers who want to make money at any cost. We are the ones who are impacted by these decisions being made. And if something is not changed soon, we're going to lose the special charm and character of the neighborhoods that makes Aurora such a wonderful and desirable place to live. The word progress has been used a lot over play speak comments section. The Webster Dictionary defines progress as to develop a high, better, or more advanced stage. But who's to say bigger is better, more modern, or the way that we should go? Who says that large homes side by side, cookie cutter buildings with no distinction from the neighbor is better? The point here is that it's essential that we come together and work to offer solutions that can benefit both the community and the residents. I'm not looking to impede progress, but find a middle ground that will accommodate all parties involved. This has been done in numerous other communities in Ontario successfully. So let's make it happen here and happen soon.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Spencer, and I live on Jasper Drive in Aurora Heights. I'm a little bit disappointed that we're not getting into a lot of the very detailed specifics of the study. You know, a lot of drama and a lot of intangible things. And one of the things I'd like to see people talk about more is not the developer, because the developer is ruled by capitalism. They have to build what people want to buy. The person that's coming to move into town wants particular houses. But having said that, I had a couple very detailed questions. The first one, the gross floor area. I know at one time, if not current, in the city of Toronto, that included the basement. If that's the case, that drastically changes the numbers on what the size of a house would be. And number two, it's very confusing to buy a house, MLS listed square footage, and then find out that the size of your house is different in Town Hall than it is in what you bought. So I want some clarification there. The second one, being in Aurora Heights, the shallow sloped roof and this 45-degree angular plane, to me, that screams out to build a walkout terrace on my second floor to overlook the neighborhood so that I don't have so much roof. So I don't know that that necessarily is going to guide in the right way. It may create some more privacy issues. It may be a little bit more restrictive to the second floor. I'm not sure.
There's no sound. Spencer,
sorry.
can you get closer to the mic, please?
Sorry, I'm concerned about the 45-degree angular plane and my shallow roof line. If that's not going to allow me to build a second floor with that shallow roof, upstairs balcony or something like that may fix that problem, but that's not going to do anything for the privacy that we're trying to protect. I don't have a drawing for my house, so I don't know how my house would fit in that angular plane, but it's a concern that I saw from reading the plan. The second one is this, the permeable driveways. And I'd wonder how the town would trigger that. If I were to build, for example, a second story and redo my driveway, my foundation's not capable of a permeable driveway. The idea of having a buffer zone of clear gravel to hold water to allow for natural drainage is going to put pressure on my foundation. That's a serious concern that I'd like to see how that would be addressed or what the envision of that was. The final one was the allowance for the driveways. I have a detached garage in the back. I have a single driveway up the property line. Based on what's here, I can't widen the front of my driveway for 2 cars. So it's shifting in and out and parking on the street and problems with winter tickets based on car shuffling. So I'd like to see something like that addressed as well. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Good evening. You can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
I'm Frank D'Amico. Can everybody hear me? Because I haven't heard anything tonight from anybody. I'm Frank D'Amico. I live at 1 Gilbert Drive. I'm a builder in town. The recommendations from our consultant here make no sense whatsoever. If we're living in a gated community, I can understand it. This is freehold. This is a free country. Now we have to listen to some guy tell me what bricks we got to put on, what stone we got to put on. Please. There's a sign that says, "Welcome to Aurora." That Sandra Humphrey was so pushing, and I can't believe there's no welcome here. I've been away for 2 weeks. I don't get involved in at all with Facebook, all that kind of stuff. But I'm lying on the beach. My wife is. She likes to get involved in this kind of stuff. It was like pitchfork bigotry that came out of those, what's it called? Aurora? Town in Aurora. Something like that. But to the point, I had to put a security guard at the house we're building at 80 Child. Because the way they were talking, somebody would have burned it down. Welcome to Aurora. Unbelievable that there's people like this in this area that would actually talk like that. Most of the people here seem very nice tonight, but maybe they're all hiding behind the computer. It's unfair. Most of these people that are buying these homes are people that are just coming into town. There's no welcome here anymore. Thank you.
Good evening. If I can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Cameron Wheel, 11 Patrick Drive. I unfortunately was about to submit my building permit plans about 3 weeks before, about 2 weeks after the interim bylaw came in effect. I was looking at building a bungalow. Unfortunately, it was 200 square feet above what was needed, so I needed to actually come here to get an exemption so I could actually build the house of my dreams. I understand the need for control on sizes. That is reasonable. I do think that there should be some allowances for footprints when it comes to bungalow versus two-story, allowing a slightly larger footprint. With an aging community, bungalows allow aging in place better than 2 stories. So that was something that I would suggest consider. In 10 years ago, a 2-car family was probably the norm. With housing prices in the GTA being the way they are, children are living at home into their 20s and 30s. As a result, houses are now 3 to 4 car families. With restrictions that you're putting on driveway, it doesn't allow some of those aspects. While I understand that there's reasons for control on size, I get a little nervous when we start getting into what color of house we have to build. And I have to build my color based on my neighbor's color. People's tastes change over time. By putting those restrictions in, you restrict. I look at the plans that I have now. My house would not be able to be built based on the restrictions that you're proposing. I have a 1-car garage, but to fit it on my lot, I had to have it extend past the front, my front door. I'm putting vinyl siding on my house from what I saw, I wouldn't be able to put that. I would have to keep the brick. I understand the needs for some controls. I just feel to some sense the process has been exaggerated to deal with a few anomalies. Deal with the anomalies, don't put in restrictions that impact everyone. I've heard a lot of people saying we represent different groups. Unfortunately, not one did I really hear what percentage of the people in their neighborhoods they represent. Because I know no ratepayers association came knocking on my door asking my opinion. So, and when you have people representing, saying you have two individuals representing Regency Acres and having completely different views, I would suggest that maybe the views of that committee are not well represented, and maybe some significant consultation with the community through a survey run by the township would probably give you a better idea than some of these ad hoc surveys. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening, sir. If we can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Leslie Torok Wilescourt. Mr. Mayor, esteemed council, I was very surprised to hear that this planning, or conceptual planning at least, was going on for 2 years. And being a professional engineer, my question is this: has anybody made any cost-benefit ratio? Because the only benefit that the town will have is an increased tax base. From what I have heard from fellow residents, it wasn't very favorable, emotional perspective. So what does the town expect to get out of this exercise in revenues? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public? Good evening. You can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Peter Curtis, 21 Holman. I didn't prepare anything, so I'm presently building my house on Holman Crescent. So I lived here since 2010. I had the good opportunity to buy early. I wanted to stay in Aurora with my wife. Didn't want to move away from Aurora, so I've had coined the term life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So I'm able to build my home. I think everyone in the crowd, partially people want to do the same thing. So I urge you guys to empower them to do that. One thing that the consultant made reference to in the previous report was legal non-conforming. So I don't think that's been addressed. Potentially a lot of houses are going to be legal non-conforming. So what implications are there to me? What implications are there to the existing houses? Is there any risk or impact to the town from a legal standpoint, from, if my house burns and God forbidding, what insurance aspect is applied to that? The other thing the consultant made mention to was restrictive covenants. So each person has the right to, in perpetuity, correct me if I'm wrong, enact these restrictions without town input, without zoning. Again, Ron can talk about that, but basically they sign that, they make that decision on their own, sign it, that moves forward, they sell their house in perpetuity, that agreement is made in place. So I don't think, if we empower people to make that decision, potentially 50% of the town remains the way it is. But we don't know that. We don't have that process from the consultant how to do that. That's it for me. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. If we can get your name and your address.
Hi, I'm Jackie Bristol. I live at 25 Cousins Drive in the Down Park area. I haven't heard my concern addressed this evening. I can understand homeowners wanting to renovate a house and wanting to do what they want to do, but my issue is with developers that are repeating. What I find nice about the Town Park area is that all the houses are different. Directly behind me, this week, yellow fencing went up and a porta potty delivered. The house directly behind me will be torn down, and a mature tree was taken down this week that you can see from my property and many properties in the area. At the end of our street, there is a home that was built. He is building another one. It may have a different brick on the front. It definitely has the same look. This developer also owns the next bungalow and then the next bungalow. I know he cannot change property lines, but is he going to build the same looking house? At the end on Kennedy, close to Yonge, again, there is two houses, both semis being built, both exactly the same. At the end of Royal, there is two houses next door to one another, exactly the same. This look does not suit the Town Park area, and that is my issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public that would, for a first time? For a first time. Anyone for a first time? Come forward. If we can get your name and your address.
Sure.
And you have 5 minutes,
my name is Nadia Chikrin. I live on Kennedy East. I actually just built on Kennedy East. I previously built on Hillview. And we've been here in Aurora for 6 years. We came from Leaside. And I just wanted to say that the reason we loved Leaside so much was, again, the same as the other lady just before me, was that every house was different. You had your post-war bungalows next to your infills, next to your larger 40-foot lots. In Toronto, that was a big one. And the same thing is in Town Park, and that's why we really like it there. And I just want to address the other thing about mature trees. Having built in Aurora, I actually do think that you guys should be a little bit more strict on mature trees. I have been able to take down trees that I plan on replacing with, I love oaks and I love big maples, so I'm going to be putting a bunch there, but not everybody has to do that. And on the other property that we did, I put in a total of 17, I took down 5 trees and put in 17. But I just think that I didn't have to tell anybody that I was taking down these trees, and I feel like if I was doing that in Toronto, you'd have to have a permit or something. And I don't. If you take down 2 trees, you don't need a year. You don't have to, regardless of size. You don't have to get a permit, and I don't think that that's necessarily right in our day of conservation. The only other thing I want to mention is, again, nobody knocked on my door about being in the ratepayers, so nobody's asked my opinion about anything. And I would very much like, if you are going to do any of these changes, that you do something like what some other people have mentioned, which is a survey to all residents, because I'm just not sure, again, what the percentage is of that represent the total interests of the entire town. And the other issue, again, is another gentleman said, I just want to reiterate, is the legal non-conforming, because I would be in that category now. So what does that actually mean, and how does it represent us going forward? And that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. If we can get your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Darlene Desjardins. I live at 58 Devons, so I'm in the Aurora Heights area. Excuse me. I previously lived in Aurora Grove for 16 years. I moved over to Devons because I am living in this sandwich generation where I'm a single mom, and I have a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old, and in my house now, I've made it a legal 2-unit home, and I now house my 75-year-old and 77-year-old mom and dad. So, the reason for my concern here tonight is my lot is a corner lot. It's 100 feet wide by 70 deep. It is a bungalow with a full-size garage. It's almost like a bungalow and a half, almost, really. On the side of my property, on the right-hand side, I could put a full-size pool in there. It's that wide. Some of the recommendations that have been discussed with the 7.5 setback would not fit my property at all. The backyard where my 21 by 13 foot deck is that I just put in, definitely I was within all the current codes and everything at the time. I'm concerned about the value of my property when you place limitations on me, for example, as a single mom, housing 4 people living in the sandwich generation. In addition to that, you're talking about the size of my driveway. Now, currently my driveway, I can almost fit 3 cars wide in there. If I really, really thick, I can. However, I can't extend the boulevard driveway to the proper width. So I have people that can park across the street, block our exit. I can't get a snow plow in to do my driveway because they block my driveway. And then I've been told by the town that my frontage is actually on Banff, which is the 70-foot depth, which also limits my size again. So I love Aurora. I absolutely love it. I'm actually moving. And when I come to a town, this is the longest town I've ever lived in, and I see town councillors or this plan going through, placing limitations on people like me, trying to make a happy life for my children and my parents, which a lot of these people will eventually be living with their children. I just think it's appalling, and I don't think that you should be putting limitations on my home, my equity, my life going forward, and what I leave my children, and that's what you're doing, placing these limitations on what I can do with my property. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Good evening, sir. Can you get your name, your address, and you have 5
Adam
minutes?
Aldred, 59 Child Drive. I bought my house 20 years ago. I've seen a lot of people come and go. These houses in 1960s, they're not the code. You have no insulation. They're concrete. They're strong. Concrete's good for 100 years. We're at 60. So you got 40 years of lifespan left, and these houses are going to start to crumble. We either move with when you have high energy cost, heating, everything, these houses are not economically sane. So I've invested 200 grand into my house over these last 20 years building it. I plan on staying. As opposed to the big houses, you can't be opposed to progress. Look at Willis, look at Cranberry, look at all the way to Bathurst. These houses are beautiful. Now we're gonna stay in 1950 and leave our houses old brick bungalows and have all these houses around us nice. You know, what I see is this map. I look at this map and I see this map as 20 years from now going, oh, look, this is the crime rate in Aurora. Aurora is rated number 6 in Canada for towns. Do you want to stay with 1,000? Like a lot of these houses, the one house they showed up there on Child, 80 Child, that I think this gentleman built, that house was a backsplit. A backsplit is the most useless house. It's got a half a basement, a half an upstairs. Hey, you know, 900 square feet. Who was gonna buy? No one. Everybody wants bigger. Everyone wants a Lexus car. Everybody wants a better car, a better TV. I think as we go along, and the millennials don't want small, little, tiny thing. They want to be better than their neighbor. Everybody wants to expand. Everyone wants to progress. You know what I mean? I'm not against it, but if I won the lottery, would I build a bigger house? Probably. But I haven't won the lottery. You know what I mean? Some of these people that don't agree with the bigger house, if they won the lottery, are they going to stay now that we make the rule where you can't build a house, or are they going to move? And we're stuck with the rule. That's what I have to say. I know my neighbor has bought, and he's rented now for 2 years, but he told me he's going to build. And I'm okay with that. Well, do people look out their windows in your backyard? What's that guy doing? oh, hey, you want me to moon you? Like, what are you going to do? You cannot control what people do not look and stare at people in their backyards. And I noticed that you have existing bylaws that, and that they only put so many windows on the side. You can only have so many windows at the back. And Harold Kim actually told me a few things about the drainage for the water and as long as you guys have the data of all the different towns. I came from Scarborough. In Scarborough, they've started, and then they went to Thornhill, then they went to Richmond Hill, then now they're in Aurora. We're not just going to say bypasses and go to Newmarket, right? The developers want to build. We have the property to build. Today's day and age, you would not take a farm field and build a big property like we have and put a little small house on it. We would say that's a waste of property. Now they build look at Bayview. They're right side by side. Nobody's complaining. Yeah, right? But we still have privacy, and we can have a 5,000 square foot house. So what would be the problem? Anyways, I know you guys have a lot on your plate, but to me, as a homeowner for 20 years and probably another 20 years, I'm not opposed to a builder putting a house beside me. I actually feel comfortable driving home, parking in my driveway, and looking at a beautiful new modern house. Not an old decapitated backsplit. You know what I mean?
Thank you for your comments. Good evening. If I can get your name, your address.
Good evening. My name is Charles Vidilkin. I live at 67 Child Drive, and I prepared a long statement, but I think we're going to cut it short because a lot of people already stated the idea where we all stand here, or at least most of us, and putting additional restriction and red tape on property owners is already getting a little bit tiring and a little bit, let's say, beside the point. And I'm rebuilding my property right now, and I went through this whole commotion. I know how much nerve-wracking this is, and there is a lot of things already on the books, and in some cases too much. And you guys want to single out single neighborhood in this town and create a different environment for some people because they want to feel safer. Okay, that's great. So my question to you as a resident of this town and as, well, let's say contributor to this town, would this neighborhood have special police, zoning bylaw police, making sure that this is enforced? Will we have to pay extra money because this is one neighborhood that has been singled out for that purpose? Or maybe we should consider any amendments to the zoning bylaw to be done in the entire town of Aurora, not just one neighborhood. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. Good evening. You can get your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
I wasn't really planning on speaking, but I'm going to. It's Susan Gilliver at 61 Fairway Drive. And I've lived in Aurora for a lot of my life. I've recently moved to Fairway Drive from a 3,000 plus square home because I was downsizing and I needed something with lower taxes. I still wanted my garden. I still wanted my sunlight. And all of a sudden I bought 2.5 years ago on Fairway, and we're in the middle of this. And quite frankly, it's scary for me because I think you need to have diversity in this town. And I also think we have to go back to the plan, the town plan, and the bylaws are not compatible with the development. And for everybody that's saying, well, they're old, and yes, some of them are, but nobody's saying you cannot develop it or you cannot take it down. We're just asking for some reasonable adjustments to the bylaws so that everybody can enjoy their community. As a longtime Aurora resident, as someone who has downsized to one of those bungalows because it fits my retirement goals, there's a place for me in this town. And if I had known that this was going on, I wouldn't have bought there probably because I don't want to spend my evenings doing this. But I do wish that everybody would consider it's not either or. There is a compromise. There are reasonable compromises that protect the existing residents and also the people that are new to the community and that are coming into the community and that want to live here in a bigger home. We're not saying no changes. Just please put something reasonable in. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public who'd like to speak for the first time? Good evening. If we can get your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Annelies Bottenheim, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I lived for nearly 40 years in the same house.
Can we get you to get closer to the microphone?
I lived for nearly 40 years in the same house in a street I absolutely adore. It's Glenview Drive. I live in number 6. Sure, I have had in the past thought we should get a bit bigger, maybe one story above the garage. What I have seen in after all those years is suddenly a change of the character in my neighborhood, and I'm appalled. On the corner of Fairway Drive, there is a house, and I've never met them. The people don't greet me when I walk by. The poor man who lives beside that house, he cannot be in his garden because the windows are looking up in his garden. The privacy is completely gone. The house does not fit in the atmosphere of the street of Fairway Drive. And I'm really saddened about that it has been possible to do that. However, I have to give you a good example. In Glenview Drive, on the other side where we live, there's a house, the bungalow was demolished. They built a wonderful place there. It can be done. And I'm just imploring you, why don't you look at the aesthetics of a house? Not like in Child Drive, where there's this no respect for the neighbors. That's what it says. Here I come. And you, well, you're somewhere else. You know, that is the attitude. Why don't we build something, if you have to build something bigger, why don't we build something with a little bit of respect for the others and consideration? I'm not against making it larger, but do it in a proper way, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak for the first time? Seeing none for the first time, Mr. Waters, some questions were asked. If we could get some of those questions answered.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I identified about 8 questions, and hopefully I've covered them all, and they likely require a response from both myself and the consultant. I'll just go through the questions. Excuse me. One was regarding downzoning and whether there was any evidence that the downzoning would reduce the property values. Second one was how were the study areas chosen? Third, regarding the 50% limitation on the garage on the facade of the house, to the front of the house, excuse me. Another one was the guidelines and how they were to be implemented. And another one was the GFA, does GFA include the basement? Number 6, cost benefit to the town. In other words, are they going to generate more revenue from the controls that are being proposed? Number 7, legal non-conforming regarding a change in zoning to those properties that would not conform. And then the last one that I have identified would be enforcement regarding these proposed zoning provisions. Would there be enforcement by the town? So those are the 8 that I've identified to date.
Mr. Palmer, did you want to start with a few of those?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Happy to give it a go. Mr. Waters, which one would you like me to address first?
Through Mr. Mayor, the question about the downzoning and if there's any evidence that it reduces the property values.
We talked a lot about that at the last meeting, and in fact, in my report, through the experts that I consulted, There was certainly an anecdotal discussion about the impacts of downzoning on long-term investment and property value as a result of downzoning. More about stagnation of investment. In terms of quantifiable hard numbers, we didn't provide any of those. I did, through my discussions with Cushman and Wakefield, discuss that, and they did say certainly it is quantifiable, but there wasn't any hard data available from Aurora to do that work.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, and I'll continue, Mr. Waters. Does the GFA include the basement? I think that's a quick one you can answer.
No, it does not.
Thank you. What implications on changing of the zoning that would have in creating legal non-conforming properties?
Yeah, just to be technical for a second, it's legal non-compliance.
Yes.
Which is fine. I did talk about that last time as well. You would, depending on what the numbers actually are in the zoning bylaw, you would create more or less legal non-compliance. The discussion that I had with the legal advisors that I chatted with said that that can actually easily be dealt with generically in the zoning bylaw to ensure that there is no penalty to landowners that are made legal non-compliant through a change in the zoning bylaw.
And the one I'm not sure if you mentioned this, Mr. Waters. One of the questions we heard was were the newer homes part of the calculations in the GFA?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. They're part of the context. They need to be considered.
And do we have a number of how many of them were within the study area? It's hard to draw the line as to what's new and what's not new, and what is favorable and unfavorable. The reason that we include them all is so that we don't have to make an uninformed decision about who gets it, what's in and what's not. We just included them all. Okay. Mr. Waters, was there something that I missed there?
Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Mayor, I believe there was a 50% limitation on the garage in terms of the front facade.
Mr. Palmer?
I would love to see that picture again, because my reading of that picture is that the garage is much less than 50% in that photo, or sorry, the sketch. However, it's not an arbitrary number. The point, the philosophy of the guideline is that the garage door does not become dominant, which means the primary element of the facade. If it's greater than 50%, fundamentally it's more dominant than the rest of the facade. So again, it's a guideline. Certainly the example that was shown, if the garages weren't less than 50%, I'd be very surprised that they were more than 50%. It's something that is used in other municipalities as well.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. And I think this one might be for you, Mr. Waters or Lawrence. How will the guidelines be policed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the guidelines would be implemented through the site plan control process. And as Mr. Palmer has noted quite correctly, they are not policy. They are guidelines. They are flexible. And there likely would be some adjustment or modification to the implementation of them. And they would be enforced through the building permit process. Inspectors would be sent out to enforce what was approved as part of the site plan approval.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Is there anything that we missed? Study areas? Why So that was before your time, Lawrence. So maybe if you can explain why these 4 areas were picked to be part of the study.
So we will have to go back to December 2017, where council directed staff to conduct an interim control bylaw to restrict development. And the criteria from council was to look in areas within stable neighborhood designation that contains an older housing stock that is predominantly single-story dwellings. And when staff provided a staff report, believe in early 2018, one of the criteria that we're going to be using is R3 zoning as a typical standard down the middle of what a stable neighborhood predominantly would have. And throughout the year of 2018, Council added 2 more study areas of Temperance and Tyler, which was subsequently removed around in the summer of 2018, and we removed Tyler Street.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Cook. So that's it for questions. Before we have reached 9 o'clock, as per our procedural bylaw, we need to take a 10-minute recess break. So we will take a recess, and then we will come back and we will start second round if anyone from the public would like to speak. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, everyone. Do we have 4? Yeah. All right, council. Council, members of the public, we are going to resume. So I'll ask if there are any members of the public that would like to speak again. Welcome to come up now. I just need you to state your name and your address once again, Terry. Thank you.
Sure.
And you have 5 minutes again.
Okay. Terry Miller, 2 Cameron Avenue. I just have I'm not going to be rehashing other stuff. I just wanted to point out a couple of things that I picked up as we went through. To the gentleman who spoke about the 2 new homes on Royal, and that I believe it was yourself, and I believe that he wasn't vehemently opposed one way or the other, but he did mention about the roofs. He was happy with the roofs there and the height. I'm sorry, but what you failed to mention, which is relevant to this, those houses, if you've been by them, they're flat roofs. So if you get into flat roofs, which there's a few in town, and a few in town, come think of it, you're doing a lot of development with flat roofs all over the place. So you could keep it at 9 meters, and measuring on a flat roof to the top of the 2nd story, you got lots of room to build more height in there. So that's a little fly in the ointment, is the flat roof thing. That's why I said I support the 9 meters, because if you go 2 stories, and then you've got to have room for your roof. And if you don't have the room, especially with 45-degree inclines, that's another thing, but I won't rehash that. Where'd my notes go? Oh, what I did want to say is about this, my neighbor at 5 Cameron and myself learned something very astonishing this evening. We found out that we have a ratepayers group in our area. No one has knocked on our door. No one has sent us mail. Nobody has in the neighborhood invited us to belong. And so what we were discussing at break, and I don't want to be inflammatory about it, but I'm going to suggest straight out that maybe the ratepayer groups gather in the club who's going to see things their way. My neighbor and I would probably not be invited to the ratepayers club, given in our town park area in Cameron, because of my comments and his comments being opposed. So of course, if you stack the deck, or you're playing 3-card Monte, you can certainly come up with surveys that show 75, 80, 85% support when you leave out the dissenters. So other people suggested that it would be good to have a town sanctioned survey where it's monitored and where you know that it's fair with the respondents, that there's no, you know what I'm saying, that it's going to be transparent. The last thing, when you're watching the ball game, it opens tomorrow, hooray. They say we take a pause for the out-of-town scoreboard. We aren't out of town, but I kept very careful notes. We had 27 speakers on the first round. I didn't record one of them. I missed number 23, but I kept track of who was on what side of the line with this thing. And so the scoreboard so far, which you may want to consider when you go through the minutes and the notes, 14 people are against this in its current form. 9 people spoke out very much against, and about 4 14.9 is 23, and about 3 or 4 of them, I couldn't clearly understand where they were going, but what they did say, what one person said, and very passionately, and I agree with that. She said, let's just have compromise. Let's not make this I want this or I want that. She's gone home, I believe, but she spoke very well about compromise. But your lumberman's tally tonight of this meeting, you've got more people against it than you've got supporting it. So that's all.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you for everything tonight. Good meeting.
Thank you for your comments. Allison, if I can get your name and your address once again, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Allison Halls on Big One Drive, again, speaking for the ratepayers of Aurora Heights Stable Neighborhood. I just wanted to clarify, someone said I may not have been clear before. So we also wanted to support measuring to the peak of the roof and have no flat roofs as well, since it's not compatible with the Aurora Heights neighborhood. And I'm not sure if I clarified that side yard setback was not really addressed in the proposal, but that it's very important because if the houses are going to go deeper into the lots for privacy reasons, it's better if they're farther apart from each other so it doesn't feel as intrusive. One question that I did have, and I think I'm allowed to ask a question at this second time, there's a comment in the planning report, the link to strategic plan. And I'll just read what it says because I don't know what it's pertaining to, but maybe that's what my clarification is. It says, supporting an exceptional quality of life for all through its accomplishment and satisfying requirements in the following key objective within this goal statement. Objective number 5, strengthening the fabric of our community. And then it says, collaborate with the development community to ensure future growth includes housing opportunities for everyone, and prepare and regularly update the town's official plan and zoning bylaw. So I don't know what the other objectives are either before that or if there's any other, but I'm curious as to why there's comments about collaborating with the development community, but nothing about collaborating with the residents. So I don't know if you can answer that for me before the end of tonight. I'd appreciate that if there could be some explanation around what that's actually referring to and what it's supposed to mean. And as well, just to address the previous speaker, I'm an individual speaking, but I'm speaking on behalf of a number of residents as a ratepayers group. I'm not just one person speaking. I'm speaking for them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome back, Frank. If you could state your name and your address again.
Sure, Frank D'Amico, 1 Gilbert Drive. When I spoke before, I got a little bit emotional because I got very upset about what was going on. But I'd like to know a question. Why are you keeping 35% coverage when it really is not real? Why even state that? That's to the consultant and to the planning department, because no one can build 35% coverage whatsoever because you're giving a cap of 3950, I believe. Well, that includes a garage of 400 square feet. So basically what you're building is a 3,500 square foot home, which does not meet any criteria on luxury homes of today. Not whatsoever. I don't know if people realize on Child Drive right now, there's 2 new homes that have building permits just been issued at the old existing bylaw. Well, it's not the old, it's the existing bylaw, if you think about it. There's another 30 homes in that area that have been bought in the last year and a half that paid quite a bit of money, up to about $1 million for one of these old homes. And I've seen that the new ones that are coming out, since this particular bylaw has been pushed and look like it may happen to turn the area into a stagnant neighborhood, is that these people are coming to me now, Frank, is there any way we can divide these homes into 4 rentals? That's what you're going to get. You're going to get a bunch of rentals in this area. There's no way people are going to build, after they paid $1 million for these homes, or 900, 850. The last one just came out at 695. It's just starting to drop every day because of what's going on in this so-called stable neighborhood. I know money doesn't mean anything to most of these people. I can see that. But it does mean something to somebody when you have to retire and want to go somewhere and you haven't got the money to do it. The majority of people that live in those areas aren't able to buy their own home if they had to buy it today. They've been lucky enough, they bought it way, in the 50s, 60s, for, $19,000, whatever, great. But the way the government's got the stress tests, what wind did to the market, pure, true Canadians, young people, cannot afford to buy any homes in Aurora. Bottom line, you got to go with a townhouse or a condominium. That's the only thing that's left. But all I'm saying to you, these other 30 people that have homes that are bought, they're all going to be they're already rentals now, and people don't care about rentals in general. Don't really care about the homes normally. But some people are very good renters, clean up, they cut grass, whatever. But there's a lot of them that don't care. But when you start dividing a 1,200 square foot into 3 apartments in one unit, you're going to have problems in this town. I think your crime rate is going to go up. And I don't know what these people are going to do, the ones that have bought all these homes. Some of them are talking about, because most of them are Persians and Chinese. That's the people that bought these homes. And I hear that they want to sue the town because nobody told them that this is going to happen to them. They paid big dollars to move into a community that says welcoming Aurora. They're not being welcomed anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for your comments. Is there any other members of the public that would like to speak for the second time? Sandra, thank you. If I can get you to say your name and your address again, please.
Sandra Sangster, 46 Holman Crescent. I guess I would like to just comment again on asking people to be reasonable and to remind us all that the official plan is supposed to be the guiding document behind development. Yes, the real estate market in Aurora has changed. It's changed throughout Ontario. The previous speaker just mentioned Kathleen Wynne. Yes, the foreign buyer's tax, which is not the correct title for it, was implemented going on about 2 years ago, and that has had an impact on the market. There's a mortgage stress test. That's undoubtedly had an impact on first-time buyers. But I think there's a level of hysteria around this issue that I just wish people could take a step back, as I've said before, and rethink this issue. Now, I think one of the things I'd like to mention, Adam Mobbs mentioned the survey that his ratepayers group did. Our own group, we actually developed the survey and we shared it with the other ratepayers associations. We do have over 100 members. We don't claim to represent every single person in Regency Acres. We did a campaign a year ago to try and sign up members. We also had a booth at the town park farmers market a couple of times to try and make sure that people were aware of our group. In the past 3 days, we developed the survey on the weekend once the planning partnership report with the specific recommendations for zoning changes were made public. We asked people what they thought about the new builds in our neighborhood. As you can see from this graphic, 71% said most of the new builds are unacceptable, but there was a quarter of the respondents who said some are okay. So I think in that ground of the some are okay, we can find a way through design guidelines and through some modifications to zoning bylaws, we can find a way to allow substantial redevelopment to occur, but in a context that at least is somewhat respectful of those in existing homes. And I'll cite an example of a house that's going up across the street from me at 21 Holman Crescent. The owner of that property, Peter Curtis, did speak earlier this evening. If you look at his home, and it does relate somewhat to the design guidelines, the angle of the roof slopes away lower to the adjacent properties. There are 3 dormer features at the front which draw the eye and help to moderate that impact of height. While his garage technically would be at odds with what has been recommended in terms of being flush or set back, his is slightly forward. The one good thing about the way that house is designed, the roof of that garage, it's not a large roof, but it's at a height that draws your eye across to the height of the neighboring homes. It will be 3 times the size of my home. Do I think it fits in? Yeah, I think because there are design features and considerations that make connections to the adjacent properties, it is possible. That is it will be, I'm sure, a beautiful new home. That kind of development is entirely possible, as opposed to some of the other examples that have been discussed this evening. Can I just quickly flip to the next? We asked our respondents a question about the specific zoning recommendations. The one about reducing the height to 9 meters. And we'll be honest, we have a split opinion in our membership. That's why we're sharing, these results. There were 55% who disagreed. They did not like that recommendation. 41% who agreed. Among those who disagreed, if I can flip to the bottom chart here, they want it measured to the peak of the roof. That was the predominant opinion. And for those people who did not like the 9-meter height, they wanted it lower or measured to the peak. And I think, as others have mentioned, that is a significant concern of people. And I'll just mention quickly, in terms of some of the open-ended comments, and some of the speakers tonight have mentioned it, there are other issues that people are concerned of. Trees were top of mind for many people. Drainage issues were another major concern. And one of the concerns I have in the consultant's report is it mentions, try to keep the grading or the slope the same if possible. I think that's got to be a huge priority, because we know of neighbors that are already being impacted because of new houses and changes in drainage. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public would like to speak for a second time? Mr. Smith, if you can say your name again and your address, please. You have 5 minutes once again.
Good evening. My name is Peter Smith, 36 Seaton Drive. And I have several comments. We live in first of all, last spring we had 900 of these postcards hand-delivered to residents of Regency Acres. We live in an age of public apathy. Just consider our local elections, where some of our politicians were elected with less than 10% of the elected votes or the registered votes. Rah-rah versus the equal zoning bylaw petition. We have 100 members. Apparently on the list are 200, many of which in the last 3 days have completed our extensive survey with a completely contrary viewpoint. Another point, our association has always maintained that building must go on. We can't be stagnant, but it has to be done. Relating to the official plan and compatible with our stable neighborhood. I am writing, this next one is, I'll try to get through it quickly. This Sandra wrote this. I'm writing to express my deep concern regarding the flawed consultation process that the town of Aurora has undertaken to gather community input regarding proposed zoning bylaw changes for stable neighborhoods. These proposed changes arose from public planning partnership information report, and provided the following motions: that council be directed to undertake a substantive public outreach program to ensure that all affected landowners have a chance to understand and respond to changes. The consultation process and timelines. The first indication that consultation process was underway came via an email from Neil Aslan from the Town Park Ratepayers Association. And it was sent to us in February 21st. To follow on, I'm going to, okay, February 21st, 24th, we searched the town website to reveal a homepage, and it revealed a homepage for economic development consultation. The Play Speak tab on homepage leads to green space consultation. Search of the website does not include or does not locate the stable neighborhood consultation. On approximately March 11th, a notice from the town dated March the 7th was sent to residents regarding March 27th planning meeting. PlaySpeak was mentioned. It provided information about the specifics of the proposed bylaw changes. Door hanger notices of public planning meeting and PlaySpeaks were distributed in March 19th, but not to all homeowners. I want to underline that. In March 21st, the Planning Partnership report for this meeting was posted publicly. The March 7th notice was the first clear messaging from the town regarding what was supposed to be a substantive public outreach program. This information came about roughly 6 weeks after council's motion was approved, and about 3 weeks after we received information from PlaySpeak. The door hangers noticed a public planning meeting and how to provide input via PlaySpeak provided on March 18, just 1 week prior to this meeting. On March 21st, the Planning Partnership report with specific zoning bylaw recommendation was finally posted publicly. Up until the posting of this report, residents had no idea about the specific zoning bylaw changes that were being recommended, other than the proposal to limit height to 9 meters, which was mentioned in the January 30 report. At the end of the day, despite PlaySpeak forum and poll, council does still not have residents' input about the specific zoning changes that were being considered for the March 27th public meeting. The PlaySpeak poll indicated one question asking about the compatibility of infill homes, plus several open-ended questions of a general nature, not related to the specific proposed bylaws. The use of what is essentially social media. Okay.
That's 5 minutes. You can come back for a third time.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for a second time? Thank you,
Ron Cocking, 13 Holman Crescent. And I agree with Mr. Smith in regard to the PlaySpeak poll. It arrived a week and a half ago. Wasn't time for people to spread the word. I know that door hangers went out. I know that there were signs put in the neighborhoods. I saw one sign in our neighborhood. I saw one sign in the Town Park neighborhood. Wasn't really something that was published well to attract enough attention. I would also say I don't understand why the broad spectrum of the survey is the entire town. What is it, the input of someone from Bayview and Wellington on Regency or Town Park or Aurora Heights neighborhood? It's the residents in those neighborhoods that should have their opinion addressed, not someone who is not in the neighborhood. I would also say that the language of the survey is biased, the way it speaks. Some residents and ratepayers associations within the study areas have observed that older homes are being demolished and being replaced with much larger homes. That's a leading question. It's a leading statement that gets people into the mindset of, hey, I'm not, I've got a little biased spin here now. You know what, I'm getting a little upset about these houses. It doesn't leave it as a level comment. In regard to the surveys that the ratepayers did, if I'm surveying 100 people that are part of my ratepayers association, I would expect to have 100% compliance to what I'm saying. I would expect that I would have everybody in that ratepayers association on board with me. So that seems a bit odd to myself. And the ratepayers associations keep defending themselves and that they got the message out to folks in the neighborhood. You know, as we were walking the surveys around, there are a significant number of people that were not aware of the Ratepayers Association. They also keep claiming that their words not being paid attention to. But both the documents that the planning partners delivered were, very detailed in that they identified this information came from the Ratepayers Associations. There wasn't any, hey, this information came from, Ron Cocking at 13 Holman Crescent. Took a picture of his house, but we didn't talk to him about what his thoughts and opinion are. So to me, the report is a bit skewed in that it didn't take into the account everybody in the neighborhood. It went on the belief that the ratepayers represented the entire neighborhood. Regency, the actual Regency, bordered by Murray Drive and Davis Road and Henderson and Seton, is about 740 houses. The greater Regency that's been encapsulated, so Gulf Glen region, the Spring Hill region, that must be well over 1,000 houses. So 100 people's opinion, or 35 at the time, I think, when the opinion was expressed, is not representative of that community. It's 1.5%, 2% of the community. It's insignificant. You know, we have to reach out. The last thing I want to talk about is the stable neighborhood designation itself. I haven't been able to find out when the neighborhoods were identified as being stable neighborhoods. I can see it back to the official plan of 2010, but I can't tell you were they designated in 2007, 2008, 2009. I don't know. So when I bought my house in 2004, was it a stable neighborhood? And if it wasn't, why am I being subjected to restrictions on my property that I bought without restriction? That's a pretty big concern for me. The other aspect is within that neighborhood, which is defined as stable, there are whole streets and parts of streets that are not designated stable houses because they're semi-detached houses. Why are they any different than any other house in the neighborhood? They're still built in the same era. They're still built by the same builder. The concept of those houses is the same as every other house. So if I'm a savvy builder, I might come in and buy 2 of those houses attached, and I could build the big townhouse or semi-detached house that the people in the town park are upset about. How is that fair to the other neighbors? It should be fair to all. It's simple. Keep the restrictions the same across the town. Let everybody build the same way.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for your comments. If I could get your name and your address once again.
Sorry, Peter Curtis, 21 Holman. So yeah, I just wanted to comment about my neighbor Sandra's very wonderful comments about my house design. So basically, that's the home that I'm building. I was looking at it earlier with another neighbor of mine. Basically, I think at the proposed bylaw of 9 meters measured to the midpoint, my measured height is about 9.2 to the midpoint, so that's about 8 inches over. In terms of the livable area, it's about 3,150, and if you're adding the garage, it would be probably about 3,600. So it's very close, I would think. In terms of the actual frontage, I think I'm close, potentially, on the garage. I'm not sure about the 3-meter driveway width and how that would react. But on Holman Crescent, basically everyone has a widened driveway to about 6 meters. And again, this is coming from a house that originally, no garage, no carport, exposed to the elements. Again, the 1956 housing stock, asbestos, cracked foundation. We looked at renovating the existing house. My wife would love to, clean a 1,200 square foot house as opposed to a 3,100 square foot house. She's watching online, so hey, Jeanette. But again, I stayed in Aurora because we like the area. Truthfully, it's more affordable to build from existing stock, take the equity out of our houses, build up, as opposed to us moving to Keswick and further out of the GTA. So that's the background behind my house and my family and why we did what we did. So.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks for your comments. Right. Any other members of the public that would like to speak for a second time? Actually, Neil, how about if we let that gentleman, he wants to speak for the first time. Yes, why don't you come up first? So you can just state your name and your address, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Well, I don't need 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's Charlie Street, and the address is 23 Beatty. So we're not really involved in this matter. I must say, the one thing that I know is mention of 80 Child Drive. I drove down Child Drive, and there's about 8 rebuilds or partial rebuilds. The one which is, there are 2 or 3 of them are what you might call monster homes. One of those is now up for sale for $2.499 million. And let me say, the poster child for a monster home, at least within the context of Child Drive, is 80 Child Drive. So I'm not saying for 1 minute, everybody is not making some good points, and there shouldn't be a compromise, but there are extremes. And I would say that 80 Child Drive is an extreme. So it's easy to look at what you wouldn't want. And personally, I don't believe in laissez-faire, look after yourself sort of stuff. So anyway, the only reason I'm speaking is this talk, and there was even a picture of 80 Child Drive up as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Neil, if you could state your name and your address again, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure, it's Neil Aslan on Royal Road. I just want to, before I speak to the study again, just to correct the record, the 2 houses on Royal Road do not have flat roofs. I did speak to the delegate who mentioned that. I checked at the planning department. The idea is that the roofs are low-pitched, but they're hip-style roofs, and if you're looking at a certain point of view, I guess it may look like there's no pitch, but there's a pitched roof there, and it's about 9.25 to the peak. And I just want to comment on the gentleman from Holman who's building his house a few minutes ago, that it's possible. It's possible to build a nice, decent-sized house and fit within the requirements. I also want to say that the study says 4,000 square feet is an acceptable limit. I think that's really too big for our neighborhood. I think it's too big for my street in particular. If you think 4,000 square feet over 2 floors at a basement, there's 6,000 square feet. I did a quick study of the demographics, the household demographics in Aurora. We're somewhere between 2.1 and 3.3 people per household. Living in 6,000 square feet is excessive. This is not the way we should be. We shouldn't be sanctioning this as a future way of development. I mean, we're looking at intensification, that's one thing, but building monster houses or McMansions that, you know, are a pull on resources and natural resources, and it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense that going forward, we have to live this way. And I'm not going to tell someone else how to live, but I think, you know, 3,000, 3,500 square feet, I don't think that's unreasonable. And our neighborhood can shoulder that. Our neighborhood has a specific planning plan to it. My street in particular, it was planned in the 50s. Lots of property, decent-sized house. We can maybe go a little bit bigger. So I do want to know why the number got to 4,000, and I think that we have taken the recent development into account in the grading of that. And I didn't have my question answered, but is that the case? And I also want to say that I'm not against development. I'm against responsible and measured development, and that's really what this exercise has been about, and that's what the official plan has studied, and that's what it has recommended, that we're doing this in a measured way. So by no means abandon the cause, give it the due that it requires, that it deserves, and let's build a neighborhood that is still distinct. These are distinct neighborhoods. They need to stay distinct because this is the way they are. We have given so much thought to developing other lands in this town. To leave it to a group of individuals acting on their own, it seems irresponsible to me. I think the town should play a role in this, and I think the town should be overseeing something that is measured. I do have another point. And I think we need to look at a single-story house and what that roof height would be, because 9 meters for a single story seems a little excessive, and I didn't see a provision for that anywhere in the study. There is a gentleman who said that he was either building or had built or will be building a bungalow, and there is a case in Town Park where somebody built a single-story house. The adjacent house is a story and a half, and the single-story house, the peak is actually at the same height as the two-story house. So these things need to be considered. And I moved to my neighborhood because I like the neighborhood. I like the trees. I like the fact that I'm not opening my door into my neighbor's property. I have a lot of space to breathe and to garden and to roam around. And the thought that two 4,000 square foot houses are going to box me in on either side is a little scary, a little repulsive. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak for a second time or a first time? Good evening. If you can state your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes.
Kevin Charbonneau. I'm on Ransom Court, so I haven't heard a lot of representation from the Temperance Street area. So I didn't want to get into specifics of areas and whatnot. I think just more generally, I think I'd like to see some more study done on the impact to value. I think it's clearly obvious that an encumbered asset is less valuable than an unencumbered asset of the same characteristics. So I think this definitely warrants some discussion around that point. I think a lot of the concern that residents have against this is the impact that it has on their values. So I think it would behoove us to do a little bit more work on that. There's data available. I don't know if it's just a cost issue or whatnot, but I think there's enough funds that have been spent elsewhere that we could devote some funds to that. Generally, I just think that whatever is decided, I'm against this, but whatever is decided, I think it should be I think all Aurorans should be treated the same. I don't want to see these pockets. It's a bylaw for all, or it's a bylaw for none. And in the case that it does pass, I just want to see if there's any consideration for lot characteristics with these guidelines. I live in an area that's, it's pie-shaped lots. I'm on a court, and we have, there's quite a bit of floodplain for myself and my neighbors. So I just was wondering if there'll be any kind of considerations when redevelopment does become an issue for shape of lot and encumbrances on that lot, natural encumbrances on the lot, because I think some of these guidelines, it would make it impossible to do anything on my lot, like as far as setback garages and whatnot with the floodplain issue. So yeah, just a couple of questions and a comment just generally that I think that we should include all of Aurora or none of Aurora in this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other members of the public that would like to speak for a second time or first time? Okay, Peter, before I go to you for a third time, I'm just gonna, there was a couple of questions asked again, so I'm just gonna get them clarified. First one is, we had a question about where it states in our report linked to the strategic plan and objective 5, and it states that collaboration with the developers, and why does it not state with the residents? So I'm just wondering if we can just get Lawrence, did you want to answer that one?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the strategic plan was approved by council in June of 2012, I believe. And this is objective number 5 is one of the pillars of success. And one of them do say collaboration with the development community, but there are other objectives that says work with residents and stakeholders in terms of accommodating growth, but that bullet point speaks more about residential intensification. But it is the intent of the objectives to work with all stakeholders and not just the collaboration with the development community.
Okay, thank you, Lawrence. And then we had another one. When were these areas identified as stable neighborhoods? Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Interestingly, I'm probably the one who can answer that along with some of your councillors. I prepared the official plan, the last one. There was a full consultation process, very intensive consultation process. The idea of a stable neighborhood was part of that last official plan that you have. There was a reason for it, of course, and the reason was that, again, it's a name, stable neighborhood. The intent was that because of the provincial policy and the regional official plan, the municipality was required to identify areas where significant intensification would occur and areas where change would be much more measured and managed. It is the stable neighborhoods where the development is intended to be more measured and managed, and the other areas identified in the official plan are the locations for more significant intensification. It's a very important distinction because we wanted to make sure the development industry was not supporting every development application anywhere in Aurora with the provincial policy statement and the growth plan, simply saying intensification is good, approve me. So it was an approach to managing change and promoting significant intensification in appropriate locations.
Okay, thank you. And actually, Mr. Palmer, while you still have your mic on, it was mentioned by one resident, why do you state 35% lot coverage when it can't be achieved?
35% lot coverage is the current standard in the official plan. We've carried that forward, notwithstanding the concern about lot coverage. It exists today, and it's a test and an additional measure that goes with the footprint number. So it's kind of a either or. Again, there was a lot of statements from other members of the public that they wanted that reduced, sometimes as much as to 20% versus the 35%. So we felt we were being fairly conservative, leaving it at the 35% that exists in the bylaw today.
And then I think one of the last ones I just heard was, would there be, if these amendments were put in place, would there be extra restrictions put on pie-shaped lots?
Well, part of the
and
reason...
floodplains, sorry, and floodplain areas.
Well, floodplains are floodplains. They have their own legislation and their own regulatory regime, and you cannot build within them. Certainly a pie-shaped lot typically is a larger lot, so the 35% would permit a larger unit, and that's why we have a maximum floor plate to ensure that it doesn't get so big related to the percentage. So I don't see it as a additional restriction. The floodplain issue isn't going anywhere. That's always been an issue, and there's nothing much we can do about that. But that's why there's a floor plate and a percentage of lot that can be covered by built form. It would be up to the interpretation of your staff as to whether floodplain counts as lot area.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. And Mr. Waters, there was one question from resident Neil. He mentioned that wasn't answered. Is it the fact that a one-story can be built basically to 9 meters in height? So is there any
That's
thoughts?
a really tall ceiling. I've not seen a one-story at 9 meters, but that doesn't mean it couldn't happen. Generally, and again, it's important to point out that the 9 meters comes from the official plan. Most modern homes, that facilitates a 2.5-story house, which can be made appropriate in these neighborhoods, depending on transitions to other units. And that's where it comes from. So, yes, if you want to build a 1-story house with a 9-meter floor-to-ceiling height, that's quite a cathedral.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Any members of the public would like to speak for a third time? Or first time? If I can get your name and your address.
My wife has spoken. And I'm Jan Bottenheimer, living in Glenview Drive, so that is close enough, I must say. I have a very short comment to make. We have these meetings, this is already the third one, and we meet to deliberate. Tonight was a very instructive meeting. Everybody has a different opinion. And we have a fourth meeting and a fifth meeting, and nothing is decided, and the war goes on. So I challenge the council to show leadership and make a decision and make it very quick. Not next year or the year after, or before the next election. Make it in the next 2 or 3 months, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak? Going once. Mr. Smith, did you want to speak again? I think it's to get you to state your name and your address again.
Peter Smith, 36 Seaton Drive. I'm a bear for punishment here. I want to finish my original question, which was on the, gotta find a place speak. The use of what is essentially a social media platform to conduct consultation is a hugely problematic for a topic that has become so emotionally charged. A number of individuals have dominated the discussion forum by making numerous posts and responses to other posts. The tone of some of these posts border on offensive and bullying. This platform is also open to anyone with internet access, whereas Council's motion directed staff to consult with all affected landowners. We have talked to residents who feel intimidated about making their opinions known in this public way. While it is possible they post anonymously, it is not immediately obvious that this is an option, nor is it easy to find where to go on the site to do this. I found the whole survey. After 10 minutes, I just shut it down. I couldn't be bothered. I'd like to address a couple of comments. I think Cocking mentioned something about 1,000 homes in Regency Acres. First of all, we have been, for the last 2 years, trying to get the boundary changed. The boundaries for Regency Acres are incorrect. They include Gulf Glen, which is not in our area. At one point, they will be changed, we hope. He also mentioned 1,000 homes. The semi-detached homes are classified as R7 and are not included in this survey, and therefore we did not talk to them because, as we said before, it's only for R3 houses. The final thing is, and this is addressing the report, assumptions and guidelines with no physical measurement to confirm the size is not realistic. Overall average for all 4 study areas is certainly not realistic. The proposed maximum GFA, which includes the recent permits of monster homes, really skews the data. And I ask, why weren't 12 Morning or 50 or 57 Fairway or 45 or 75 Nesbitt? They're new homes. I won't get into that. If we, in the planning report, they had that if the recommendations are approved, there'll be no significant change. In our view, they don't go far enough to address the massive difference in height and size in our communities. We recommend and certainly hope that Council approves neighborhood-specific guidelines. And if so, what is the process and the timelines for approval? Regency Acres has lots of quite varied in size and shape. Pie-shaped lots on the outside of the curved roads are much larger and therefore desirable. Is there a criteria, or was a criteria used for averaging the age of houses in the stable neighborhood study? This might be an interesting direction. And I guess that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, could you just repeat that question you had? Could you just repeat that question that you had about the age?
Yeah. Well, for instance, Regency Acres were built in the 50s and 60s, whereas the Gulf Glen was built in the late 70s, early 80s. And there's a very distinct difference in housing styles, lot coverage, and when they're all lumped together, we lose our distinctive features.
So what's the question?
I'm sorry. The question is that we should be, the core area of Regency Acres should be the one that's addressed and not these outlying areas.
Okay. More of a comment, but thank you.
Well, let's get the map right.
Okay. Thank you, Pete. Welcome again. If I can get you to state your name and your address again, thank you.
No, Ransom Court. So just as a follow-on, I got the impression that the issue of floodplain had not been taken into consideration, so I would just like to propose that floodplain is part of the square footage of the lot size. Otherwise, like there's some members, well, my neighbors and myself, where the floodplain is a large portion of the property size, which would make this, these new restrictions somewhat untenable, I suppose, or not usable. So I would just like to propose that where floodplain is in consideration, that it be considered part of the lot size. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, so I will close the public portion of the meeting. Councillors, now I'll ask if any of you have any questions to the presentation by Mr. Palmer. Just to the presentation. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Palmer, I think in previous meetings we all stated, as well as the residents, that all 4 stable neighborhoods were unique in their characteristics. Why did you decide to have one all-encompassing guidelines as opposed to having guidelines separate and unique to these 4 areas?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the direction from the council motion was to work on recommendation 1 and recommendation 2, which is generic recommendations. Subsequent recommendations in my report were breaking the neighborhoods into individual pieces, which is a much more significant investment in time, and that was not the direction from the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Councillor Kim?
Thank you. I misinterpreted. I thought it would be generic at a high level in each of the neighborhoods as opposed to lumping them together, but thank you for that. How do you feel about, would you have any issues with corner lots and I know you discussed angular plane. It seems like if you have a corner lot, it may not be relevant. Would you agree, or would you still include corner lots for angular planes?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the issue of the angular plane, the reason that it's a guideline is that it needs to be applied judiciously on a site-by-site basis. For example, corner lots are a good example. It may not work on a corner lot, given that the narrower part of the lot is the frontage. And sometimes the building is actually configured the other way around. Another place where an angular plane would not be appropriate is where there's already a 2-story building on the lot adjacent. Again, it's not a relevant metric. It's really an issue where a 1-story bungalow is adjacent to a development site and we're trying to mitigate the transition to a taller new building so that it's not abruptly 2.5 stories. It's sloped and that the height is more in the center of the lot than on the edge of the lot. So it's a guideline. It has to be applied in appropriate circumstances where it's a necessary element for transition.
Okay. Councillor Kim?
Thank you. And there's always a feeling of comfort. We always, no matter what issue we discuss, we always ask for comparators and what are other municipalities doing? How successful were they or unsuccessful? From your experience, what other municipalities have had or followed some of these guidelines or close to it, and what has been the result?
Mr. Palmer?
Would that apply to all 28 on 7 rezonings, or is it a general question?
Just a general question.
Much of the work was an adaptation of work that was done in Brampton. So they have taken the initiative and done this kind of guideline zoning for years. Other elements are things that are typical tools that I've applied here in Aurora to try to deal with more specific issues. So there's nothing really brand new here, although the application and the use might be slightly unique to Aurora. So overall, I think these are all implementable. Overall, they have been used generally in many municipalities for many years, but the combination of all of them is, I think, unique to these neighborhoods in Aurora.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you. And 2 more questions. How did you get the 45 degrees on the angular plane? Is that a widely known architectural number that allows for sunlight and some space, or was it just because it's the midpoint from 90 to 0?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, the 45 degree angular plane is in quite broad use in Ontario, and part of it is related to the angle of the sun.
Councillor Kim?
Okay.
But that's not why I'm using it here.
Okay. And my final question is, based on what you heard tonight, I think, you know, give or take 10%, I think you had equal voices on both sides. I'm not sure if it surprised you or whether that's what you expected. I'm not sure if you heard anything that you haven't heard before. Based on the recommendations you made and the comments you've heard, are the guidelines you've made, you think, still relevant in these 4 stable neighborhoods? And does it still allow for the flexibility, room for innovation, at the same time provide the sunlight, the space, and the privacy that some residents desire?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a very interesting open question. Tonight, I did not hear almost equal. I was keeping score as well. And I heard a lot of people speak against any additional regulation at all. And that came through very clearly. The other people who spoke about regulation, but they were not necessarily in support of anything that I did. So at this point, we have quite a broad variance in opinion. In my mind, I have deliberately tried to create a balance based on what I heard the last time as well, which I think was a little more skewed to the do something side. And I've tried to come up with some, particularly on the zoning bylaw side, things that were different than the existing bylaw, that added an additional layer of control that doesn't currently exist, and that would help manage change in these stable neighborhoods to a more significant degree than currently exists. The guidelines, in my mind, again, applied with inherent flexibility, are really trying to take the buildings and shape them so that they fit better in their context. My overall assessment of what I've proposed is that I think, and this is my own opinion of what I've done, that I didn't hear anyone share, was that I've hit a balance on the zoning elements. I think that the guidelines, I could add some additional inherent flexibility, but I think the topics are good ones for the town to consider through the site plan process. But again, as some folks have properly identified, it needs a commitment from council and staff to use those guidelines as guidelines and not as regulatory tools, because they're not intended for that. It will be additional work, but you set yourself up for that work when you approved the basic site plan process for development in these neighborhoods, which I still think is a good thing. So overall, I think I've hit a bit of a balance. Neither side is happy with what I've done. That might be the right balance, I'm not sure. But again, I still think that, again, we've heard such diverse public opinion. Does the conversation continue? If the conversation continues, my fear is that these neighborhoods are left with the existing zoning, with no additional management tools in them. So I still believe that the management tools that have been identified are appropriate. The metrics that are within them could be debated forever, but it is, in my opinion, to the benefit of the community and in the interest of the town of Aurora, at least to consider the zoning bylaw amendment proposals, and whether you want to modify the metrics within them, we can have that conversation. But if we don't do anything, then the status quo remains. And it is important that the particular zoning that applies is relatively unique to this area. So different rules apply throughout the town. The newer neighborhoods have completely different regulatory elements and different zoning. So I know that's a really long answer, but it was an open kind of a question.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I just, one comment is, my view is we do need to strike that balance, and where that needle lies, I personally have a rough idea, but I guess that's the battle. In your view is, I never realized, essentially this is a philosophical view, does municipality put in, do municipalities have a say in how a community is evolving or evolves? Is this, sorry, do I have a believer here? Is there a, can we expect this in every, because I'm speaking to a couple of gentlemen who said, if you're going to put stable neighborhood regulation or guidelines in these 4 neighborhoods, you might, why not have it in all or none? So stable neighborhoods are by definition older neighborhoods. So Bayview, Wellington, and maybe South and Henderson eventually will get older. So is this the evolution of municipalities that we're going to have to go through this, and it's the municipality that will be putting in guidelines constantly? Is that what you've seen in other municipalities?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's absolutely true. These are some of your older neighborhoods today. You're going to have your next wave where the pressure for redevelopment will occur over time. And even the brand new neighborhoods at some point in the future will become stable neighborhoods that may require additional protection from incompatible forms of development. Those weren't identified in the official plan because they weren't built yet. So it's a constant evolution across the municipality. And to be frank, the next phase here in the stable neighborhoods may not be necessarily single detached houses being replaced with larger single detached houses. In Leaside, where we heard someone speak, the change is starting to be single detached houses are being replaced with townhouses, which is in fact intensification, whereas single for single is not. So this is a never-ending discussion, and it will be a discussion that happens over time in all the neighborhoods of Aurora. And it's a very fine balance between control and flexibility. And it's a difficult one.
Thanks very
Councillor
much.
Kim? Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner, to the presentation.
Thank you, Ron, and I did like your report. I didn't like all of it. So as you were involved in this process, I'd like to, if you can remember, or perhaps it's just, it just makes sense in any case, the part on the stable neighborhoods, it's talking about, I'm going to kind of quote from it, it's important to Aurora's character and to attract new residents and investments to town. And it also talks about the massing, the size of the homes, the height. There's a lot in here that speaks to keeping these neighborhoods moderate and respectful to what exists, and that when new homes locate, they have to respect the existing character of the neighborhood. So was this formed just for Aurora? It seems to me that this is a challenge. I mean, maybe it's happening all over Canada in older neighborhoods, that because the older neighborhoods have bigger lots, they're going to be, looked at for development. And we have to expect that developers are going to want to make profits. That's their business. But we seem to have really taken the time to put a lot of things in place, policies and intent to protect these neighborhoods. And what I'm seeing is that we're not really following the intent here in the official plan. Can you speak to why we did this?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I answered that a little bit when I talked about why they were called stable neighborhoods in the first place.
Right.
However, what you have to remember about the official plan is it's more of a framework that includes flexibility of interpretation. The zoning bylaw, on the other hand, does not. So the key challenge that we're talking about here is, how do you take the framework that includes really one number, which is height, and a whole bunch of words about what you need to think about in terms of character-giving elements. Once you've got an understanding of what it is you want to look at and control through your other planning tools, then you can start to add the metrics to the zoning bylaw. But really, there's no right answer, because the words in the official plan are specifically intended for different councils to weigh the options and strike the balance that they feel is appropriate for the time. And again, there's never an opportunity when the zoning bylaw and the official plan absolutely specifically match. There's always time lags in between, and councils change, and opinions change about what a stable neighborhood should be and what that character is. The opinions change not only from council and staff, but also from the residents that live there, because they evolve. New residents move in, other residents move out. 10 years from now, it may be a totally different demographic, and at which time they may want to reconsider all of the discussion about what gives them character. The other part of your question is about, you know, is this a common thing? And absolutely it is a common thing. It's been going on in the Greater Golden Horseshoe for a very long time. The most vulnerable neighborhoods are the neighborhoods that have, from the 50s and 60s and 70s, that have the large lot with the quite small or modest houses on it, because they're seen as an opportunity to accommodate a bigger built form, simply because of the scale of the lot. The newer single detached neighborhoods in Aurora do not have that space. So they will not have the same pressure in 10 or 15 years. So this is, you do have other neighborhoods that are in between, just off Bayview, because they're before the focus on intensity and density and maximizing the use of land, which, just to remind everyone, that is provincial policy that is also mandated in the regional official plan. So these are the neighborhoods that have the most pressure right now, and they're going to continue to have that pressure simply because of the lot size. I hope that helps.
Councillor Gardner, does that help?
It does help. But the way I'm looking, and I'm looking exactly at the OP policy, and we've said that when you have site new development abutting existing, that, and sympathetic is a strange kind of word to use, but the new development shall be sympathetic to the form and character of the existing and compatible with respect to building scale and urban design. To me, that's pretty concrete. Building scale and urban design. And the other part of that is the design policies. It's respecting the height and scale of the nearby properties. That also, to me, is a concrete directive. So, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Palmer?
But it's a matter of opinion what those words mean. In my mind, there's nothing wrong with a two-story building beside a single-story building. Some people feel that it's totally appropriate if it's a three-story building beside a single-story building. It's a matter of opinion, and that's what this is all about, fundamentally. What does this council believe is sympathetic, compatible? And remember, compatible, which is a word that is common in every official plan in Ontario, doesn't mean it's the same. And
No,
that's very clear. So it's all about transition and management. I heard tonight some very interesting comments about, well, maybe the large scale is fine if it's designed right. And that's an important concept, because you've given yourself a tool through site plan to have a greater impact on design. I tried through the guidelines to let you use site plan control to the maximum extent possible, which includes not only design elements, but also building material and color. Got a lot of pushback on that, but you have to say it in a guideline or you can't use it through site plan. So again, that's a decision you need to make about how far do you want to go into this. You heard from the people who were in attendance tonight that some people want you to stay out of that business. But at the end of the day, you get to decide what you want to do.
Councillor Gardner?
It is our business. Maybe you can say something to comfort me about this part. In Regency Acres, we have homes that are 1,200 to 1,500 square feet. We're going to put a 4,000 square foot house next to them? I can't see how that, no matter how you want to look at compatible or any of the other words, I can't see how that's could work, could be right. Regency Acres is, Aurora Heights is a little different. I think they're probably closer to 2,000 square feet, maybe 1,500 to 2,000, but I don't think it says exactly in your report. But again, that's putting a pretty big house next to them. And Town Park is all over the place. I mean, some areas in Town Park have huge homes. Some have, closer to where Mr. Asselin lives, much smaller homes. And you know, I really would like to look at Town Park. You were talking about when you first came, you know, bylaw A, B, C, D, E for some areas of town, and I don't know, maybe we have to do that. But can you tell me how a 1,200 to 1,500 square foot house can be how a 4,000 square foot house can be described as compatible?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The zoning bylaw is a bit of a blunt tool. Unless you're going to go in and zone every lot for what you think is appropriate, you have to come to some level of commonality. So what I did in the report is I did look at averages, ranges for each of the 4 neighborhoods. And I averaged everything together to come up with one number. It's totally in your purview to say, you know what, maybe we do need separate zones for that particular element. Although, when I look at the average GFA in Regency Acres, around 205 square meters, let's say 2,000. It's actually a little bit bigger than Aurora Heights, which is 202, which is around 2,000. It's Town Park and Temperance Street where the numbers get a little bit bigger on average. But there's nothing to say that you couldn't look at the data that I used and come up with a different approach for Regency Acres, Aurora Heights, Town Park, and Temperance Street. In my mind, the way I looked at the numbers was to take my 50% rule, 50% of range, and average times 50% was an attempt to come up the middle in terms of the biggest and the average. If that doesn't work for you, you can change the approach, you can change the numbers that I use, my assumptions, to come out, or you can just pick a number, to be frank. There's no right way to do this, no wrong way to do this. It's really a matter of what you feel is appropriate. And again, I think you have an idea of what the correct tools are to manage change, the metrics. Again, there's some flexibility in having a discussion about should they be all the same? Should they be all different? What should we do?
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 4 seconds to say.
Yeah, you got 4 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Councillor Gilliland.
Mayor, thank you so much for a very comprehensive report, and the way you spoke about everything in detail pretty much answered everything that I wanted to know tonight. There was only one thing that I really wanted to make clear was about the legal non-conforming part. And I was wondering if within this calculation, and I know that there won't be penalties and there's a way to getting around that, but was there any consideration as to how many non-legal conforming houses that currently exist, say in neighborhoods such as Temperance Street? Because I find that the average gross floor area in that community tends to be a little bit on the larger side. So would that mean that a fair majority of that neighborhood would be putting them possibly in a very large percentage of legal non-conforming?
Mr. Palmer, actually, Mr. Palmer, before I get you to answer that question, I do need to clear up a procedure. Council, I need a motion to extend. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gartner, all those in favor? I'd say right now to 11, and then we'll revisit the issue. All those in favor, 2/3? That carries. Mr. Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're right. Temperance Street does have a general larger average GFA. And yes, you would likely put more out of compliance with the number. The good news about Temperance Street, though, is it's only 75 houses in total that we looked at. And again, the issue of legal non-compliance can be dealt with to ensure that there's no jeopardy for the owner. We just can't lose sight if you're going to change the zoning to make sure you do that as part of the rezoning package. I don't know the exact words yet. One of the lawyers I spoke to told me what is required. I'd be more concerned about Aurora Heights and Regency Acres when you're getting up to the 830 versus 780 properties, and how many you're putting out of compliance. Again, it's not in itself a problem, but you will be putting numbers out of compliance.
Councilor Gilliland?
Thank you. In the Regency Acres calculation, I know that you did say that you did take new builds, but were the rather large builds on Child Drive taken into consideration in that calculation?
Mr. Palmer?
If it was on the map and the municipality gave me the data, I used it all.
Councilor Gilliland?
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gilliland. Councilor Gallo?
Thank you,
Presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's very similar to the report anyway.
It is, but yeah.
Through you, you spoke earlier, Ron, about the options that we could have taken in terms of dividing up the neighborhoods and doing specific studies on each. You also spoke that from a GFA perspective, you did take those neighborhoods and broke them up, and then took an average of all of them. Is it fair to say that, or rather, how much more work would be involved in if we had followed, or if we choose to go down the road of separating the neighborhoods, and what else would be part of that, in addition to the work that's already done, breaking down the GFA?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, this exercise was quite short, and we used GIS data from the municipality that is imperfect, but was data that was relatively complete. However, the reliability is good. It's not perfect. If you were going to go into any more detail than I've already given you on the data, I think that would be a fairly extensive piece of work to prove that it's absolutely correct. In terms of the GFA, however, I'm comfortable that we're relatively close, within a reasonable margin of error on the data. So you could do individual neighborhoods on the GFA and floor plate with a good level of confidence. If you wanted to increase the level of confidence, that would be a significant data testing project. As far as the rest of the elements of the guidelines and zoning, you have to really get into the nitty-gritty of the character-giving elements of each neighborhood rather than looking at them relatively generically. And again, we focused on the ones that were specifically identified in the council motion, not necessarily every character-giving element that could be considered. To give you an example, Newmarket, your friends to the north, did an RFP for a similar project for a number of their stable neighborhoods. The budget was in the $150,000 range over the course of about 8 months. I don't know if the data set was better or worse than what you have.
Councillor Gallo?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we're safe to say that the GFA is, you know, relatively comfortable with those numbers. The height, I assume, you know, it's part of the OP, and we can, maybe there's some flexibility there. What else is there? The garage width and the rear yard setback, and then the guidelines. So if we were to separate the guidelines, the rest of the information is pretty much in the report, where we could separate out each individual neighborhood. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly, but we would want to confirm that there wasn't any specific character-giving element that needed to be managed within each of the neighborhoods. And again, height is a tricky issue. The official plan says 9 maximum, which means you can be less, but that's another discussion about a balance between regulation and flexibility, and whether or not you think 2.5 stories is compatible everywhere or not.
Councillor Gallo?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Thompson?
Oof, it's getting late here, so I'm trying to sound intelligent. In your presentation, you talked about design guidelines, and I think you used the wording of inherent flexibility throughout the discussion about design guidelines and implementing them. But yet at the same time, when you look at the design guidelines, there doesn't seem to be that same sort of inherent flexibility, especially when you talk about building materials. You're very specific about what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, what you can use, and what kind of color palettes should be there. And to me, that doesn't necessarily imply that there is that flexibility, because words matter. And so when you talk about roofs and you say use cedar or asphalt shingles, I think that staff would take that literally, and there wouldn't be that kind of flexibility. Same with building materials and so forth. So why not change that wording and say have a preference for these kind of materials as opposed to being more strict in those guidelines? Because I think that's one of the concerns for me, is that the staff would take the letter of that intent within those guidelines and apply that. And then, as we heard earlier, it would go through that approval process in the site plan, or it would hold up the site plan approval process, and then it would fall upon the building inspector to enforce that. So how do we ensure that there is inherent flexibility in materials, colors, and so forth?
Mr. Palmer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is about wording. My opinion is always, regardless of the strength of the wording in the guideline itself, it's inherently flexible. However, if you're uncomfortable, if you feel it's too definitive, we can change any shall to should, any must to may. We can also use encourage. There's lots of words we can use to modify the strength of the wording if that is what you would like. There's no problem doing that.
And just to be clear on an earlier, sorry if I may through you to,
Right,
an earlier
Councilor.
point you made is that the reason why you need to have that section within the design guidelines is you can't apply it to the site control plan process if it's not within those guidelines. Was I correct in what I heard?
Mr. Palmer?
With respect to building materials, architectural detail and color, the Planning Act is very clear. You have to have empowering policy in your official plan, which you do, and you have to, in a guideline document, tell it what it is that you want. But again, it can be softer wording, should, may, encourage.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillors, any other comments, questions to the presentation? Seeing none, we'll move to our first item. Someone care to put a motion on the floor? Or to the report? Someone like to move the recommendation? We can move to just to receive it at this moment and have a discussion. Do you want to move what's on the? on the screen? Okay, moved by Councillor Gardner. Would anyone like to second that? Councillor Gallo? Councillor Gardner, would you like to speak first? Okay. Any comments or questions, councillors? Councillor Gallo?
Can I just get clarification to somebody? I'm not sure who. We currently have architectural guidelines throughout the town in all of our zoning. No matter what is built, it still has to go through a certain filter. Would we consider this an additional filter to what we currently already have? Perhaps to Lawrence or
I'm going to ask Mr. Cook if he can answer that.
Speaking within just the stable neighborhood area, we just passed that zoning bylaw to regulate single detached home. Previous to that, there were no site plan process for single detached homes, so there are no architectural design guidelines that would apply to developments such as these that we've been seeing on throughout the stable neighborhood. So this guideline that we're proposing will be the first sets of guidelines for these single detached homes.
Councillor Gallo?
And that's specific through you, Mr. Mayor, to the stable neighborhoods? Because we certainly have it in other neighborhoods.
Mr. Cook?
Correct. Through the draft plan of subdivision process, it is a typical tool to have urban design guidelines as part of the approval of the draft plan subdivision stage.
Councillor Gallo?
So there's a hole we have to fill. There's no question about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Thompson?
Through you to Mr. Cook. Lawrence, you know, we heard earlier that there seems to be a wide divergence of opinions. We heard tonight that nobody really came out and endorsed the recommendations as is. Either they were opposed to it or they were looking for further changes. If the motion gets approved tonight, do you feel that there's significant direction on how to proceed and present a report at GC? Or maybe it's best directed to Mr. Waters. I apologize.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a bit cryptic, to be quite honest. I guess what we would like as staff is direction, whether you want to review the proposed performance standards in the bylaw on a site or area specific basis, or do you want us to implement them based on recognizing the input that's been received today? So a little more direction would be helpful through you, Mr. Mayor. And just, sorry, Mr. Mayor, and just to sort of to close the loop on that comment, it would also give the consultant some direction as well as to where we're going with any future work.
Councillor Thompson?
Well, I'll listen to my colleagues and see if there's some consensus on what that direction is.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gilliland?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment about the design guidelines. I kind of agree with Councillor Thompson about, I guess, the inherent flexibility, and I think it's really important that we do use language in there that does presume the should or may or encourage versus, no, encourage or may rather than should use, just so it doesn't come off as scary or a fear of you have to use a cedar shake or you have to use this. I think we need to meet in the middle with that. And going there, I recall the last time when the ratepayers were coming up and they were stating what they felt was relevant to their neighborhood. That 3-meter driveway really was only addressed by town park area residents based on the fact that a lot of the garages were set back or built in behind. So I wasn't really kind of happy about the fact that it was kind of blanketed across all 4 neighborhoods because it was very specific. And I do recall the consultant saying and suggesting that Town Park was a very unique and eclectic variety of homes, but did have unique garages set back. So those guidelines, in my mind, they do need to be fine-tuned a little bit and softened a lot. And I just think staff needs to hear those comments as well. As far as going forward, if this is what we're doing, I mean, I'm happy with the 9-meter height presented for the official plan and the GFA calculations that you've come forward with. I would like to see those guidelines softened. If we are going to take any direction about planning comments, I think that needs to be taken to all the meetings that we have, not just tonight. There was a significant swing of people's comments tonight that was different than most, but this has been on an issue that's been going on for at least a couple years now, and there's been a lot of comments the other way. So I do think it's important that if that's the direction we go, we need to ensure that all meetings are taken in consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Kim.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our new planner.
Mr. Waters.
Mr. Waters, sorry, Mr. Waters. It's our first introduction today. I think, by and large, I'm satisfied with the work that Mr. Palmer has done. Some of the suggestions are agreeable, and from what I've heard from the audience, you have upset people from both sides, which we all know, which means that looks like a healthy medium has been struck, and I know it's not going to be agreeable to everyone, but looks like majority are not happy, unfortunately. We knew that. Is it possible, without going back to another public planning meeting, to use these suggestions and come back in GC, isolating all 4 neighborhoods with some micro recommendations attached to that? Is that realistic to come to GC with that?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a very good question, and it's one I've been sort of thinking about for this meeting. I would say that if you start to introduce new performance standards on a area basis and they have not been identified or presented to the public, then I would think that my opinion would be that you have to go back and do another statutory public meeting. However, if you want to sort of implement the number that's presented in the report that Mr. Palmer is recommending, and not deviate from that number, you probably will not require another public meeting. But the risk is that if you introduce new numbers and they're different than what's being presented here on an area-specific basis, you risk that any appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board, now called LPAT, could have a motion basically knocking it out of the box.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you. The figures, I'm fine with those figures, but I think some of the guidelines with regards to, the driveways, the width of the driveways and garage doors, that might not be suitable for all areas. So things like that, we could certainly comment on at the GC if that's considered something that we could, tinker with.
Mr. Waters, and I think, can we change the guidelines
Through
still go to GC?
Through Mr. Mayor, they are guidelines. They are not being implemented into an official plan or a zoning bylaw. So you have complete flexibility to play with those performance standards, those numbers in the guideline.
Councillor Kemp?
Thank you. Then I'd like to put forward a motion to go ahead with the staff recommendations and just come back to GC with 4 separate recommendations using these the foundational information that we've been provided with, and so go ahead with GC.
That's what I was about to ask. Madam Deputy Clerk, is that anything different than what's on the floor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I think that the motion on the floor covers what
Councillor Kim is asking for?
Yes.
Councillor Kim, are you comfortable with that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What you've just asked for is currently what is on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just...
Oh, I didn't realize it was separating those neighborhoods when it comes back to GC, though.
Oh, no, you want to look at separating them?
Yeah. And I think that's how Mr. Waters understood my question as well.
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if Councillor Kim wishes to have a separate guideline for sort of each of the 4 study areas, I believe that is okay. But if the intent is for Mr. Kim is proposing that these performance standards that are in the report today be implemented for each area, subject to having individual guidelines, I believe another public meeting is not required.
So, Councillor Kim, Madam Deputy Clerk, I'll ask, do we need a motion for what Councillor Kim is asking? Councillor Kim, do you want to hold off on that, and we'll come back to you?
Yeah.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With my seconder's non-objection, hopefully, I would like to take this motion that I put forward off the table until the very end of the discussion. I think it should be received for information, and at the end of the discussion, we can see what our collective comments are, and can we proceed to a GC, or do we have to go back to public planning? Because the one thing we don't want to do is get ourselves into trouble over this. We have to make sure we do everything by the book.
That's fine. Councillor, we can leave this on the floor and continue to have the discussion, and at the end, if someone can put forward saying that they'd prefer, we've done that many times, where you prefer to go back to a public planning, and you would vote this down, and then put...
Okay, so can I give my comments then?
Yeah, go ahead. You have the floor.
So my comments are that I would like to see what the GFA is for the 4 different areas. And to Mr. Peters' comment, and I mean, Ms. Sangster has said it many times. I don't know, Rebecca said it. A lot of people have said that we're really looking at Regency Acres. The original subdivision is bungalows, and then you have north of that Golf Glen, which is really quite different. And I think that when you said that the lot coverage for Aurora Heights is the same as for Regency Acres, it really gave me pause, because Regency Acres lots are much bigger. So how is it that they could have the same percentage of coverage? Because their homes are small. They're 1-story homes. And I think that's because we've included the area to the north of it, which is Golf Glen. And we've skewed what's right for Regency Acres. And the residents have been saying this to us for months, and I never really understood the significance of it. It's just not possible that Regency, in my opinion, it's not possible that Regency Acres and Aurora Heights could have the same average lot coverage just because of the difference in sizes of the houses and the sizes of the lots. And the only reason that it could is because we're including Golf Glen. Anyway, I would like to, and if council permits, I would like to really get this right and divide this up into the appropriate areas, find out what the GFA is. And I don't think it's going to be a lot of work. I don't think Mr. Palmer needs to do, he's done so much work on a lot of this already. I don't think we need more than just what the gross floor areas are. I mean, everybody is kind of agreeing on the height. You know, we're talking 9 meters to top, 9 meters to mid. It's that we can come to terms with, but I think it's the sizes of the homes in relation to what's there. To me, is the real sticking point, because everything is about height and mass. So we kind of have the height, but we don't have a good handle on the mass and how it differs in different areas because they're all lumped together. And even though Temperance only has 75 homes, they're big homes, really big homes. They're completely different homes. They're historic homes. Mr. Palmer's giving me a dirty look.
No. Mr. Palmer?
In the report, we did do the gross floor area averages for all 4 of the neighborhoods.
Can you point me to the page in the...
11.
Page 11.
Page 20 of 30. My mic is on.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. So it's already...
Sorry, I was looking at the range, the average, and the bottom line here. So, yeah. So we have that. So we don't really need a lot of extra work to look at each area separately. In Councillor Gilliland is wary about the design guidelines, but if you read them, like that last one, 17, about color palettes, it says are expected to take their cues from surrounding streets. I mean, that's pretty loose. And also, it's easy to change should. The idea of you must do this to you should do this, or you could even consider doing this. So whatever concerns council in these design guidelines.
Councillor, you're at your 5 minutes.
I have to stop. Okay.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Councillor Gilliland, I do need another motion to extend. I would suggest 15 minutes for this time. Councillor Gallo, second. Councillor Gilliland, all those in favor, we need 2/3. Councillor Thompson, are you, all those in favor?
He's
okay, opposed, that carries. Councillor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. I know this is really difficult and we're really urged to split these apart, but I would really hate to see putting this on hold again. GC.
Well, that's not.
Okay.
Councillor Gilliland?
Okay.
Continue.
I think that there was a really good average that was come to a conclusion just based on the data that was given from Mr. Palmer. I mean, I do understand that the average size home might be somewhat smaller, but actually looking on the back, the average footprint was 1,700, so I guess it is a little bit larger than the 1,500 to 1,200 that originally you might have mentioned there earlier. Councillor Kim, I know you were mentioning about separating the 4 neighborhoods, and I just kind of wanted to understand you were suggesting just based on the guidelines only and not necessarily a GFA and 9 meters, and that you were happy with the report that was kind of brought forward from the consultant of the GFA and the 9-meter height, but you were looking just to kind of, I guess, modify the guidelines thereafter just based on the neighborhoods in general. Is that correct?
Yeah. Gross floor
Councillor
area,
Kim?
Gross floor area. That should be, all-encompassing for all 4 neighborhoods. I'm just looking for all the others, like the driveway width, garages. That should be. Those recommendations should come separately from staff to give us some options. They know the characteristics of each neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gilliland.
Okay, so is that fair to say that with the motion that's on the floor would in fact would be the same, what we're asking to do today?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what I understand is from the comments is that the proposed zoning standards 1 to 7 that are listed in the staff report on page 3 would remain status quo, and that any revisions would occur to the guidelines, and they would be developed on a area-specific basis. And my feeling is that recommendation number 2 would give us the direction to do that, based on what I'm hearing at the table tonight.
Councillor Gilliland?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that what we have on the floor should be okay and satisfied Mr. Kim's concerns about the design guidelines moving forward the way as it looks now. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Gallo, second time.
Sorry, I'm still a little unclear. If we separate out the various neighborhoods and identify the GFAs as is in the report, and we deal with height and width and setback as is in the report, does it need to go to another public planning meeting? Because currently it's not specific. We're not specific. We haven't specifically separated them out. We've identified, it's part of the report, but really it's a sum of, it's an average of all of those. So I'm unclear whether if we make that change by separating them out, if we need to go to a public planning meeting or not.
So, Councillor Gallo, I'll attempt to answer first, and if Mr. Waters wants to jump in. My understanding from what I'm hearing is that because the numbers are in the report itself, and it's been out there in the public, that if we did decide to adopt those numbers, we wouldn't need to come back to public planning. But if we alter the numbers, and the numbers that we present are not in the report as today, then we would that would trigger another public planning meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Waters?
You're bang on, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Just want to add to what you've said. In addition to another public meeting, you would have to allocate additional funds for the consultant to undertake the work as well, and additional timelines would be associated with that.
If we changed numbers.
Correct. Well, to you, Mr. Mayor, even the guidelines, modifying them on a area-specific basis will require additional budget and additional time.
Councillor Gallo?
Okay, so let's just go through, just to be clear. The first one is 9 meters. The second one will be broken down to the various areas. And the third one would also be breaking down to the lot coverage on the separate areas based on the report. The fourth one stays. Fifth one stays. Sixth and seventh one also stay. Is that correct?
Okay, Councillor Gallo, Mr. Waters is going to answer you on number 2 and number 3 for you. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's my opinion that if you alter performance standard number 2 and performance standard number 3 on an area-specific basis and reduce that number or increase the number, if the number changes, you will require another public meeting.
But that's my point. If it stays as is in that page, page 20 of 30 or page 10 of the report, if the numbers stay within those numbers, do we still have to go to a public planning meeting? Page 20 of the report.
Page 20 of the report?
Yeah.
Page 20 of the report. Yes. So if the numbers stay within those that are presented in there.
It's not altering, it's in the report. We're not increasing or decreasing, we're just separating out, I guess.
Mr. Waters?
Through Mr. Mayor, these are averages, it looks like, based on my review of them. And they've come up with a size of about 4,000 square feet.
It's the outcome, the last column that we would referring to. Because it's that outcome column that gave us that average of 371 and 236.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my concern is that these numbers that are in the outcome column are not in in the actual report itself and have not been presented to the public in that way. So I'm concerned that, you know, that deviation will likely trigger a requirement for another public meeting, if that's the direction you wish to go in.
So the answer's changed.
Okay. No, it's better we do it now, I mean, and get it right. So if that's the case, then the resolution on the floor, it needs to be amended to go to a future public planning meeting.
Councillor Thompson, second time.
That's fine. Just further to that question, through to Mr. Waters, with regards to the 7 recommendations that are before us, if any of them were changed in terms of the number, would that trigger another public planning meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it depends on the variance, the delta that you're proposing. If it's within a reasonable amount, say 5 or 10%, it likely is sort of in keeping with what's originally been proposed. But if you're looking at a 20 or 20% change, then I believe you would have to go to another public meeting.
So in essence, if you support this moving to a general committee meeting, you're essentially supporting those 7 recommendations.
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, council is supporting what is presented in the report.
Councillor Thompson? Thank you. Councillor Gardner, second time.
Well, I think we have to absolutely err on the side of caution, and I also, I mean, this has been going on for me. Oh, it's longer than it's been going on at the council table, because I started this about 5 months before I brought my motion. So I want it to be over, but I want to get it right. We've spent a lot of time. I know we all want to get it right. So what's an extra month?
It's another month of dragging everyone out here.
Okay, well, I think to suggest, I think that, okay, to take a neighborhood that's used to having homes that are 1,200 to 1,500 square feet and saying that you now can have homes that are almost 4,000 square feet, I think that's wrong. I think it's unfair to the residents. I really don't think that's what I don't think that's the intent of council or the official plan or anything that I've heard. So I wouldn't be able to support it. I think temperance skews. I don't think it's right.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Kim. Yep. Well, I was just going to speak for a second. If you don't, do you mind if I speak? Thank you. You know, everyone's right. This actually has been a long time, but I think everyone's a little bit. We need to go in a little bit of a history lesson here. Zoning infill bylaw was actually first brought forward in 2006. And they did a study and worked towards it, and it was presented to council in 2008. The council of that day voted it down and denied it. Yes, the zoning infill bylaw that would have looked at height lowering the heights, changing the lot coverage, changing the setbacks. So, quite frankly, if it could have been dealt with a long time ago, and here we are. And so, we've been dealing with it for 2 years. I think that we do need to move forward. I am comfortable with what's being presented to us because I do think it provides that balance.
Talking about is when the council of the day specifically looked at the area that runs west of
I got
George
the report,
Street.
Councillor Gardner, I have the report in front of me, May 28th,
Right.
2008, that dealt with the town park area as well as Temperance, Hillview, and the zoning info bylaw was presented.
Thank you. I didn't realize it dealt with Town Park.
Yes, thank you. So, at the end of the day, I do think that we found and we struck a balance, and that's what we're looking to do. And I also do believe that as as elected officials, as the council, it is our duty to look at how we grow as a community. We have restrictions for our downtown core. We have restrictions for commercial buildings. We don't allow more than 6 stories, 5+1 in areas. And so we need to make sure that how we grow is how we see it 10, 15, 20 years down the road, not just today. And that's our job. And I believe that this report has struck that balance. I agree with Councillor Kim. I think that, this has done the job. Councillor Gilliland has mentioned it as well. And I think that we need to move forward. It's our job to move forward, make the decisions, because that's what we're elected to do, is make decisions, not to put it off to the next day. Do I think that it's right? I do think it's right. Do I think that some of the guidelines that are being presented in there the language needs to be softened? 100%. But we can do that by continuing to move forward and going to GC. We can make those changes. So I'm in favor of moving forward to general committee and looking to actually move forward with implementing better protections for our stable neighborhoods. So I'll be in favor of what's on the floor right now. So with that being said, I will call the vote unless Councillor Kim has something else to add. Nope. I'll call the question. Councillor Kim? Did you vote? That carries 4-2. We do have a second item, Council, which was the memorandum from the town clerk. And it was just to receive, so if I can get a motion to receive for information. Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Does anyone want to speak to this, or do you just want, I'll call the question. Councillor Gardner? Councillor Kim? Waiting for the vote on this to receive for information. That carries unanimously. Confirming bylaw. Someone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Gallo, seconded by Councillor Kim. Call the question. That carries. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Gilliland, Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out this evening. Everyone, just to remind everyone, no final decision has been made. We will be going to general committee, where we will be discussing this once again, where then it will move the proper process. Then it would move to a council to be final ratification.